Chapter 665. As the sun set in the west, Hong Yi lay quietly on his bed, letting his thoughts run wild. His soul was damaged and his eyes were lifeless. The thoughts in his mind were chaotic and distracting. In such a state, even if a book was placed in front of him, he would not be able to understand it, let alone the imperial examination and cultivation. Feeling vexed, Hong Yi got up and sat beside his desk. The desk, which was originally filled with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, was now filled with several bottles of wine. During this period of time, Hong Yi had also been drinking heavily. However, at this moment, a stream of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly between Hong Yi's eyebrows. In an instant, Hong Yi's dazed eyes became extremely dazzling. His divine soul, which was injured by Hong Xuanji's qi and blood, quickly recovered in an instant. At this moment, Hong Yi suddenly seemed to have flipped a switch. His mind was filled with ideas as inspiration surged forth. All kinds of wonderful ideas almost merged into his heart in an instant. His views and understanding of various things in the past seemed to have emerged at this moment. Subconsciously, he directly wrote a poem on a piece of white paper. Who thought of the cold west wind? The lonely yellow leaves closed the window, meditating on the past, standing under the setting sun. Drunk and drunk, sleeping soundly, gambling with books, splashing the fragrance of tea. At that time, I only thought it was normal. The tone was sorrowful and vivid on the paper. Suddenly, every word was bright, and there seemed to be a kind of sorrowful mood vaguely. The light illuminated Hong Yi's face, and his eyes suddenly became much deeper. He slowly picked up the poem he had written before and carefully savored and pondered over it. Now, just looking at this piece of paper, he felt a kind of sorrow and a kind of unwillingness. This was the most realistic portrayal of the period when he was bedridden at home. This poem described his experience and mental journey in the past half a year. What's going on? Why do my thoughts suddenly flow like a spring? Even I couldn't write such a poem in the past. And these words. Hong Yi carefully looked at the piece of white paper and the poem on it. Not to mention the artistic conception of this poem. Even the words were far beyond what he could write at his peak. Even when he was at his peak, he couldn't write words that contained such spirit. According to the ancient legends, a single word from a saint was enough to scare away ghosts and deities. Could it be that I've been so weak recently that I've gained countless inspirations and ideas? It even allowed my soul to recover. Hong Yi immediately attributed everything to the depravity he had experienced during this period of time. When the adversity has reached its peak, luck has begun to appear. Hong Yi silently pondered over his experiences during this period of time, as well as the countless inspirations and thoughts that surfaced in his mind. This kind of feeling made him feel like he had to spit it out. Thus, he directly picked up the brush beside him, ground the ink again, and laid out the white paper. Finally, he gathered everything into a sentence. No is a bandit, unfaithful to a gentleman. Big and small. The moment he wrote down these words, Hong Yi felt as if he had completely fused with the spirits of the ancient scholars, grasping their true spirit, their true aura. Truly great. The more he wrote, the more Hong Yi felt as if he had comprehended the most fundamental principles of the world. His confidence grew, and his thoughts flowed like spring water, flowing endlessly. The words under his pen flew. Tai, small and large, Ji-hung. After he finished writing no, he turned the tip of his brush and quickly turned it into the next hexagram. Every word seemed to draw upon the support of divine power from the unseen world. Every word seemed to be a baptism of his soul, a supreme baptism that came from the 100 saints of the philosophers. At this moment, Hong Yi's mind seemed to be burning with a flame of wisdom. Soul as the furnace, wisdom as the worker, reasoning as the charcoal, and thoughts as the copper. All the books that Hong Yi had read since he was young, the principles that he had comprehended, and even the fickleness of human nature that he had seen since he was young, all merged together. All sorts of principles constantly rubbed against each other, blending together, and finally seemed to completely transform into his own accumulation, foundation, and principles. And at this moment, every word suddenly burst forth, releasing a bright light. Hong-yi instantly felt as if his soul had jumped out, his entire body releasing a golden light, as if a blazing sun had suddenly exploded. In that instant, his soul left his body, and his entire soul directly reached an unimaginable height. Opening his eyes, the remnant light of the setting sun shone in from the outside world, and Hong-yi's soul left a faint shadow on the ground. The sun hasn't set yet, but my soul actually broke out of my body on the eve of sunset, and actually directly jumped from a night roaming realm to the day roaming realm. He was somewhat flabbergasted. His speed of improvement was simply too fast. So reading books is the strongest way to cultivate the soul. Otherwise, a bandit is unfaithful to a gentleman. Big and small. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. The more Hong-yi read the words that he had written, the more carefree he felt, and the more carefree his thoughts became. His soul floated in the void, and as he looked at the words on the white paper, he felt that his thoughts were clear. It was as if these few words were the truth that he had been pursuing in his heart. At this moment, he felt that his soul's thoughts were still continuously growing, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, the shadow of his soul became clearer and clearer. Previously, it was just a faint shadow, but now it seemed to have a real form. His day, roaming realm, continued to grow at this moment, and there were even faint signs of entering the manifestation realm. Good, good, good. Hong-yi's soul returned to his body, and the more he looked at it, the happier he became, whether it's peaceful or not. My encounter this time can be said to be, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. And when things reach an extreme, there will be joy. Hong-yi sighed leisurely. The heroic spirits of the philosophers turned into rays of light and merged into his soul, causing Hong-yi's entire body to undergo a rebirth. And at this moment, in the master bedroom of the Wuwen Marquis estate, Hong Xuanji was sitting there quietly, circulating his blood qi. Ever since he shattered his inner demon some time ago, he had officially become a human immortal, and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, the moment the philosophers descended on Hong Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. Others might not have noticed the arrival of the philosophers, but Hong Xuanji, who was already a human immortal, was so close, so how could he not have noticed it at all? What's going on? It's that unfilial son's place. Hong Xuanji's eyes revealed a trace of horror. He instinctively opened the door and rushed over to Hong-yi. He had already sensed that something was wrong. If he did not act quickly, he was afraid that something uncontrollable would happen. However, just as Hong Xuanji approached Hong-yi's side, a wave of awe-inspiring qi that carried the will of the philosophers suddenly descended and directly rushed toward him. The spirit of the philosophers, the concept of the philosophers, and the principles of the philosophers seemed to have turned into an all-pervasive wind and water, quickly invading Hong Xuanji's body. In an instant, Hong Xuanji's face flushed red, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood actually had a fragrant smell, and there were even specks of purplish gold in the blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Am I wrong? How can I be wrong? Philosophers of the Middle Ages, do you think I'm wrong? Why? A trace of confusion appeared in Hong Xuanji's eyes. His originally high aura was instantly beaten back to its original state, and even his small sun-like blood qi fluctuation of the human immortal weakened a lot at this moment. The inner demon that he had overcome previously also erupted at this moment. Hong Xuanji had just overcome his inner demon, and his state was not even stable. Now that he was affected by the power of the philosophers' heroic spirits, it immediately erupted again, and he fell into a state of confusion. The current Hong Xuanji was not the same person who did not hesitate to give up his life for his own Tao in the later stages of the original work. All Hong Xuanji wanted now was to write books and be known as the philosophers. However, Now that his Tao was rejected by the philosophers, he naturally fell into a new round of inner demons. Hong Xuanji's Tao was a twisted saying that a ruler should have the responsibility of a ruler, and a subject should have the responsibility of a subject. In essence, it meant that a ruler should have the responsibility of a ruler, and a subject should have the responsibility of a subject. However, Hong Xuanji twisted this saying and turned it into an absolute relationship of absolute authority and superior. Chapter 666. At the same time, on the other side, after Zhou Tong left the wasteland continent, he went straight to the Taisha Mountain. This was the base of the great Zen temple in the past. Now, all that was left were dilapidated walls and ruins. The great Zen temple was really prosperous back then. There are many temples in the shrouding sky world that are not as good as this one. Zhou Tong walked on the ruins of the great Zen temple. Zhou Tong felt a little emotional. The ruins of the great Zen temple were too big. The entire Taisha Mountain was thousands of miles wide. Back then, the entire Taisha Mountain was occupied by the great Zen temple. One could imagine how big this temple was. Zhou Tong walked all the way and soon arrived near the great Zen temple's hidden scriptures pavilion. He didn't think too much about it and didn't search for any remaining ancient books because he knew that there was nothing left here. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and let his divine soul go deep into the Taisha Mountain. He swam directly in the ground like a fish in water. As expected, it's much harder for the divine soul to penetrate underground than in the air. But that's right. After all, the path of Yang God corresponds to the great path of heaven. The shattering vacuum corresponds to the great path of earth, Zhou Tong thought. However, he was a ghost immortal after all. Moreover, he was a ghost immortal who had the ability to pass the 7th and 8th lightning tribulations. Each of his divine soul was countless times stronger than an ordinary ghost immortal. Naturally, he could easily search underground. As his divine soul went deeper, layers of lithosphere and underground water veins appeared clearly in Zhou Tong's perception. Very quickly, Zhou Tong's soul consciousness arrived at a place 1,500 meters below the ground. According to the original book, if I want to find something in the Taisha Mountain, I need to circulate the past Amitabha Sutra. Zhou Tong's divine soul moved, and a Buddha of the past suddenly appeared in his divine soul. Buzz! In an instant, a mysterious and strange dharmic power fluctuation appeared in Zhou Tong's heart. This was a special feeling that could only be produced by cultivating the past Amitabha Sutra. He didn't hesitate at all and directly went in. In the blink of an eye, he passed through 300 meters of rock. At this time, he suddenly felt his divine soul relax, and a stone room appeared in front of him. This stone room wasn't big. It was just a small room deep underground. However, this room didn't have any exits. It was like a naturally formed small world underground. Moreover, the entire stone room was filled with light. Especially in the center of the stone room, there was a place similar to an altar. A cylindrical altar stood in the center. And in the place that resembled an altar, there was a sphere emitting intense white light. This sphere was like a small sun, illuminating the entire underground stone room. There's no mistake, it's this ball of light. When I used the past Amitabha Sutra, I sensed the aura of this ball of light. Zhou Tong turned his eyes and looked directly at the light ball. To be precise, he looked at the thing that the white light ball was pressing down on. It was a dark golden page of a book. Judging from the material, it was exactly the same as the past Amitabha Sutra. This was the Tathagata Kasaya, the battle armor of the primordial sacred emperor Yuan. Of course, the Tathagata Kasaya in its current state was incomplete. It still lacked something, which was the white sphere that emitted light. Only by fusing this sphere back into the Kasaya could the Kasaya be restored. Buzz! However, at this moment, the sphere that emitted a terrifying white light suddenly erupted with an extremely intense light. A huge dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws appeared in the sphere. This sphere was like an alternative small world. The dragon's shadow swam in it. Especially when it sensed Zhou Tong's existence, It immediately opened its eyes and unleashed the most terrifying dragon's might. Buzz! The terrifying pressure directly crushed Zhou Tong. The vast power that was like a mountain range directly collided with Zhou Tong as if it wanted to completely crush Zhou Tong. This dragon was actually not a living being. It was condensed from the vitality of Taisher Mountain. It was a dragon soul that was born from the heavens and earth. It was almost the same as a human soul. This kind of dragon soul was different from the gods that were condensed from faith. If it could escape, it could immediately reincarnate. It could even undergo several lightning tribulations after being born and live freely in the world. At this moment, the dragon's might completely erupted. It was as if Taisher Mountain had unleashed its might and suppressed Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong did not feel nervous at all in the face of this dragon's might. A small dragon condensed from the vitality of Taisher Mountain. It's not bad food. Zhou Tong's voice constantly resounded in the secret chamber. His extremely terrifying magic power vibrations even caused the entire secret chamber deep underground to shake, as if it was about to completely collapse. In just an instant, the terrifying aura that erupted from the dragon's shadow was directly crushed by Zhou Tong. A vast aura constantly reverberated in the underground palace. This terrifying aura made the dragon's soul not even dare to release a wisp of its aura. It trembled as if it had seen something unbelievable. Heaven-devouring great Tao devour. In the next moment, Zhou Tong's soul consciousness suddenly turned into a black hole. It directly devoured the dragon's shadow in the ball of light. The dragon's soul born from Taisher Mountain was almost equivalent to the mountain god of Taisher Mountain. Zhou Tong's devouring was equivalent to swallowing the essence of Taisher Mountain into his body in one gulp. Moreover, this dragon's soul was proficient in all the methods of the great Zen temple except for the past, present, and future scriptures. After devouring it, these methods naturally belonged to Zhou Tong. It could be said that even if Zhou Tong did not gain anything from this trip, just this dragon's soul was enough to make his foundation soar. He could even open up some acupoints in his body, causing the number of acupoints he had to reach 1,000. At the same time, Zhou Tong's soul consciousness wrapped around the ball of light that had lost its dragon's soul and the scripture-like page from the underground secret chamber. When his soul consciousness returned to his body, Zhou Tong immediately felt an extremely vast power surge out from his soul consciousness and flow to all the acupoints in his body. This was the terrifying power of the dragons, soul born from Taisher Mountain. This power was like the waves of the sea, and its essence was unbelievably vast. At the same time, Zhou Tong was also comprehending the memories of the dragon's soul as this essence flowed through his body. The dragon's soul of Taisher Mountain was a supreme treasure. It possessed all the scriptures of the great Zen temple except for the past, present, and future scriptures. All of this had now become Zhou Tong's spoils of war. New acupoints condensed one after another. At the same time, the foundation of the great Zen temple rapidly transformed into Zhou Tong's foundation, further increasing his strength. Chapter 667. The essence of the dragon's soul nurtured by the Taisher Mountain could only push my acupoints to 1,000. After completely digesting the dragon soul of the Taisher Mountain, Zhou Tong felt a little emotional. Next is you, Tathagata Kasaya. Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat as he looked directly at the Tathagata Kasaya. As if it had sensed Zhou Tong's gaze, the originally bright sphere suddenly melted and fused into the Paramitha Kasaya below. This Kasaya already had its own spirituality and had its own will and goal. It did not want to care about anything and did not want to ask anything. It only wanted to go to the other side that no one had ever reached before. It would follow whoever could bring it to the other side. At this moment, as the crystal ball fused into the Kasaya, the legendary supreme Paramitha Kasaya finally revealed its true appearance. The Tathagata Kasaya suddenly floated in midair. One could see that its entire body was shining with a crystal-like light. As the light flowed, the color gradually became clearer. The entire Kasaya was made up of countless mysterious meridians and veins. It looked a little like a star chart in the sky, a little like the crisscrossing mountains and rivers on the earth, and also like the lines of a person's palm. Just looking at it gave one a feeling of endless mystery. It was as if it contained the mysteries of heaven, earth, and man. At the same time, there were countless scriptures written in ancient characters on the Kasaya. Every word was deeply ingrained in one's heart. They were like suns that illuminated the path ahead. This was the Permitha Tao recorded on the Kasaya. It was also the Permitha Tao that belonged to the sage Emperor Yuan. Saraira, neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. With a casual glance, Zhou Tong saw the sutras on the Tathagata Kasaya. They were extremely mystical and were of the same origin as the past Amitabha Sutra and the present Tathagata Sutra. Every word was so shocking. This is the Permitha Tao of the ancient sage Emperor Yuan, the Mahavajra, Prajna, Permitha Tao. Zhou Tong's expression turned serious as he carefully tasted the Nirvana Tao on the Kasaya. At the same time, he was comparing it with the great Tao of Amitabha, great Emperor of shrouded heaven world. The great Tao of Amitabha Buddha of shrouding the heavens world was about enlightenment, nirvana, and reincarnation. But the Nirvana Tao on this Tathagata Kasaya was about detachment. Amitabha, because great Emperor Amitabha had no hope of becoming an immortal and couldn't see his goal, he chose to place his hopes in the next life. He chose to leave behind his Tao fruit and chose the body of a future faith god. Zhou Tong quietly said, apart from the core, this was also somewhat similar to the path of the Permitha of the ancient divine Emperor Yuan. After all, the Sutra of the Future was about absorbing the power of faith to refine the Lord of the Future. However, the spirituality of Tathagata's Kasaya, if anyone else were to encounter you, they might not be able to do anything. But I'm different. Zhou Tong revealed a faint smile in his eyes. Without another word, he swallowed the Permitha robe. The spirituality of Tathagata's Kasaya was definitely a stingy thing. It only knew how to take and would not give anything in return. It could be said that it was the most stingy of all. It was impossible to get something like this to hand over divine Emperor Yuan's path of the Permitha. But Zhou Tong didn't need it to hand it over. He swallowed it and began to refine it. What kind of monster are you? How can you even swallow the Permitha robe refined by divine Emperor Yuan? At this moment, a panicked voice came from Zhou Tong's body. It was the spirituality born from the Tathagata Kasaya. It had been thinking about how to get some benefits from Zhou Tong, but it had never thought that Zhou Tong would swallow this precious Taoist robe in one gulp without saying a word. Let me out, let me out. I'm willing to submit to you. The voice became sharper and sharper, because it had sensed that the situation was not good. The opponent's power had broken through the outer defense of Tathagata's Kasaya in an instant. Tathagata's Kasaya was about to go crazy. The person in front of it was a monster. What kind of path was this? Even some of divine Emperor Yuan's arrangements couldn't withstand it. Boom! Terrifying mana fluctuations instantly erupted from Tathagata's Kasaya. Accompanied by a sharp howl, it violently rolled and was about to shatter Zhou Tong's body and escape. But it was useless. Zhou Tong's fist intent suppressed it directly. At the same time, the digesting ability of the divine striking stone acted directly on Tathagata's Kasaya, corroding the insides of the Kasaya bit by bit. Suddenly, countless scriptures were transmitted into his mind. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Feelings, thoughts, actions, and consciousness are the same. That was divine Emperor Yuan's path of Mahakasapa Prajna Permitha. The path of Mahakasapa Prajna Permitha slowly entered Zhou Tong's mind, causing his mana to swell and his cultivation to soar. He also gained a new and deep understanding of the path of the Permitha in this world. The material of Tathagata's Kasaya slowly fused into Zhou Tong's body, slowly stimulating his physical body, causing more and more apertures in his body to appear and condense bit by bit. Kacha, kacha, boom! At the same time, Tathagata's Kasaya was constantly being refined by Zhou Tong and was constantly exploding. Within the monastic robe, layers upon layers of formations, layers upon layers of minor worlds, mazes upon mazes, and folded spaces were all slowly dissipating, completely refined by Zhou Tong. This Tathagata's Kasaya was indeed a Paramitha, divine artifact refined by divine Emperor Yuan. It contained so many layers of spaces that it was truly shocking. Compared to great Zen temple's cosmos sack, it was simply a small child in the presence of a great one. Zhou Tong's refinement of Tathagata's Kasaya this time made him feel as if he was refining the myriad worlds. Just one Tathagata's Kasaya made Zhou Tong feel as if he was devouring the heavens. His path of devouring heaven was also constantly being perfected at an unprecedented speed, even reaching an unprecedented level. However, after the endless formations and small worlds had completely dissipated, only the core of Tathagata's Kasaya was left. It was a large formation formed by countless golden talismans piled up into an ocean. And in the center of this large formation, one could faintly see a young man wearing a feather robe and a star crown on his head. That person was the spiritual form of Tathagata's Kasaya. Faced with Zhou Tong's invasion, its face revealed an incomparably ferocious expression. This is the two realms' 10 directions, Vajra, great treasury, divine passage, and also the core formation of Tathagata's Kasaya. Do you think you can break it? Tathagata's Kasaya is my body, and this is my home ground. I alone can hold back 10,000 men. Do you think you can refine me? Even if you have to refine me, I will make your vitality suffer greatly. Tathagata's Kasaya's face was ferocious, and its voice revealed endless anger. It bobbed up and down in the ocean of golden talismans, then stretched out its hands to form a strange seal. Zhou Tong felt Tathagata's Kasaya's resistance and said leisurely, "Don't resist, it's useless." At the same time, 110,000 light spots on his body lit up and finally turned into a brilliant ray of light. Boom! However, the moment this brilliant ray of light appeared, it directly bombarded the golden talisman ocean, and the two realms' 10 directions, Vajra, great treasury, divine passage, immediately shattered with a bang. At the same time, the power of the divine striking stone corroded the core of Tathagata's Kasaya. Tathagata's Kasaya didn't put up any unnecessary resistance, and directly turned into the purest essence chi, filling Zhou Tong's body, allowing him to once again open dozens of acupuncture points. Chapter 668. Just as the Tathagata Kasaya was completely digested by Zhou Tong, dozens of nodes all over his body began to vibrate. When he had digested the Tathagata's Kasaya, the number of acupoints in his body had already reached 110,000. He was now only 19,600 away from the 129,600 acupoints needed for 1 yuan. And among these 19,600 acupoints, 9,900 of them belonged to the earth and were not in the human body. Therefore, Zhou Tong still needed 9,700 acupoints to be perfected. In terms of major acupoints, there were 97 of them. Now, after the core of the Tathagata Kasaya and its spirituality had been digested by Zhou Tong, there were still dozens of acupoints in his body that were constantly glowing. I can still open 60 acupoints. I still need 37 acupoints to be perfected. Only then will I be qualified to truly comprehend the mysteries of the earth. Well, the remaining 37 acupoints will be easy to find. Now, I have to complete the last impact before shattering the vacuum. Zhou Tong thought to himself. It was only 37 acupoints. With Zhou Tong's current understanding of the cultivation of this world, he could rely on his own ability to directly find these acupoints that were hidden the deepest. Boom! Zhou Tong's body shook slightly. Immediately, the infinite essence of the Tathagata Kasaya shook. At the same time, the positions of some acupoints in his body vaguely appeared. This was Zhou Tong using his own strength to force the acupoints in his body to appear. This action would undoubtedly cause damage to his acupoints. But now, he couldn't care less. As long as he could complete this last impact, these injuries would be easily healed. After cultivating to the level where Zhou Tong's flesh and blood could be reborn, any martial arts in the Yang God world would naturally be achieved without any difficulties or obstacles. With a thought, he directly condensed all the essence of the Tathagata Kasaya into his acupoints. At the same time, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, plants, and even the universe's space-time. Countless Tathagata Kasaya's true chi entered Zhou Tong's body and merged into his acupoints, nourishing them. His whole body was full of energy again. Wong, wong, wong. A terrifying sound came from Zhou Tong's body, especially after he had condensed 1197 acupoints. His body seemed to have reached a limit. There seemed to be an endless amount of energy vibrating in his body. Boom! But when the shaking reached its peak, Zhou Tong's body suddenly seemed to disintegrate, as if it had turned into a wisp of smoke. It turned into countless fine dust particles that drifted in the void. There were 480 million grains of dust and sand. This number was exactly the same as the number of thought divisions of a Yang spirit master. It contained the most mysterious meaning between heaven and earth. Each of these 480 million granules contained the magical power of his physical body, which was enough to devour everything. Each granule contained the essence of his martial way, which was enough to erupt with earth-shattering fist intent. Is this the so-called ever-changing? Every granule contained Zhou Tong's thoughts. He could clearly feel all the changes in his body. Previously, when his flesh and blood were born, he only separated his flesh and blood and developed it into a separate individual. It could be said that as long as there was a drop of blood, he would not die. But at this time, his body was directly transformed into the finest particles and disintegrated into 480 million granules. This feeling was extremely magical. Even in the shrouding the sky world, Zhou Tong had never felt his body shatter like this. Speaking of which, how many gates are there in the human body? Suddenly, Zhou Tong thought of a question, which was the gates of the shrouding the sky skill. In a shrouding the sky skill, how many gates were there in a human body? Zhou Tong had not really paid attention to this question before, but now, recalling the state of his cultivation, a trace of understanding gradually emerged in his heart. There were almost 480 million gates in the human body, although he did not deliberately count them when he was cultivating. Now that he suddenly thought of this question, he thought about it carefully and immediately knew the number of gates in his body. The body could be turned into 480 million granules. The number of gates in the shrouding the sky skill is also the same. This 480 million is somewhat mysterious. Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. He did not expect that in a different world, in a different body, there would still be the same number of gates in his body. Countless thoughts surfaced in Zhou Tong's mind, but he quickly dismissed his previous conjectures and continued to comprehend the profoundness of the 480 million grains. Soon, he grasped the profoundness of the transformation of the physical body. Buzz! The moment he comprehended all the mysteries, Zhou Tong's body instantly combined and turned into a real dragon. Zhou Tong had never seen what a dragon in the sun god world was like. The 9 fire dragons of the Dream Divine Machine were also created by Tao techniques, not real dragons. The dragon body that Zhou Tong had now transformed into was the body of a real dragon in the shrouding the sky world. My body turned into a real dragon. I didn't expect it to have some of the mysteries of a real dragon. Zhou Tong's dragon eyes showed a trace of surprise, because he really felt that he had become a real dragon. No longer a divine striking stone, but a real dragon. Damn, I can really become a real dragon. This sun god world's ever-changing realm is really terrifying. If the shrouding the sky world knew such a cultivation method, then wouldn't I be able to transform into whatever physique I want? Zhou Tong almost instantly thought of this. Just this ever-changing realm alone surpassed the bloodline, evolution, and physique transformation method of the shrouding the sky world. A problem that is difficult to solve in a certain world may not be so difficult in another world. The fusion of different cultivation systems can give birth to the most invincible cultivator. Zhou Tong was pleasantly surprised. He knew that once his incarnation returned to the shrouding the sky world and returned to his body, he would definitely be able to directly cut off the chaotic body and even skip the step of the tyrant body and directly turn into a mortal body. Let's try other changes. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. The true dragon he had transformed into changed again. He turned into an immortal phoenix. He spread his wings and soared high into the sky, burning with raging flames. Then he turned into a qilin. He stepped on a void and looked very lifelike. After the immortal phoenix and qilin, Zhou Tong continued to change. All kinds of rare beasts in the shrouding the sky world were transformed by him. Kuanpeng, 9-leaf sword grass, 9 secluded AO, heavenly horned ant, and other vicious 10 appeared one after another. And then there were the golden crow, white tiger, swan and other immortal beasts. Even later, some lifeless things were evolved by him. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. It was as if he could transform all tangible things in the world with his own body. This was the ever-changing realm of the human, immortal martial Tao in this world. Chapter 669. So this is the ever-changing realm. Zhou Tong stopped changing and returned to his original form. He was still quietly comprehending the power of this realm. After a long time, Zhou Tong woke up from this comprehension. He then looked at his physical body. Many of his acupuncture points had been damaged. This was because he didn't use the correct method to forcefully open the 37 acupuncture points. The damage to the acupuncture points will take a few months to recover. At the current speed, I should be able to completely recover before the spring thunder next year, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, it's not like there are no other methods to repair the acupuncture points in advance. However, before that, I've been feeling that something is wrong recently. Did I miss something? After transcending the 5th thunder tribulation, cultivators would have the ability to have a sudden inspiration. They could vaguely sense some things in the world that were disadvantageous to them. Zhou Tong had a feeling now. Forget it. I still need to go back to the great Qian Jade capital to take a look. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong got up. A thought flew out and tore through the void, bringing him away from the vicinity of the Taishe Mountain. At the same time, in the great Qian dynasty's Jade capital, this aura is Hong Xuanji's all-heaven wheel of death. It doesn't seem to have changed much from the original work. As soon as Zhou Tong arrived at the Jade capital, he immediately felt a terrifying aura that suppressed the heavens. At the same time, an extremely majestic qi and blood fluctuation instantly appeared in the Jade capital. It was as if the King of Gods was sitting there, suppressing the heavens and the myriad worlds. But I feel that something is wrong. Hong Xuanji's all-heaven wheel of death seems to be a little different from what I imagined. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, and a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. Logically speaking, Hong Xuanji's all-heaven wheel of death fist intent should control everything and set all the laws in the world. It should be the Tao of the rotation of the world. It was an extremely domineering thing that was similar to the Heavenly Emperor. However, this time, Zhou Tong personally sensed the all-heaven wheel of death and felt that something was different here. The domineering aura within the fist intent did not diminish, nor did the feeling of controlling everything. However, there was something else within the fist intent. Although it was very faint and ordinary people would not be able to detect it, Zhou Tong, who was an expert with a myriad of transformations, could sense it. Most of it seemed to be a kind of reincarnation great Tao, transcendence, and liberation. It felt as if Hong Xuanji was going to completely transcend the foundation of controlling everything and reach the other side. According to the description of the original work, Hong Xuanji's Tao is to offer his body to Yang Pan and help him become a Yang god. It's absolutely impossible for him to transcend on his own because it doesn't conform to his Tao. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that Hong Xuanji's Tao had undergone a fundamental change. Sure enough, there's a change. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. I wonder who did it? Logically speaking, Hong Xuanji is Taoist creation's pawn and successor. Could it be that Taoist creation from the land of origin has taken action? No matter what, this matter needs to be thoroughly investigated, Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. At the same time, the aura on his body was restrained to the extreme, and no trace of it could be seen at all. A human immortal who could transform into a myriad of transformations deliberately restrained his aura. He was simply like an ordinary stone and would not attract any special attention at all. After sneaking into the Jade capital, Zhou Tong went directly to the marquee of Wuwen's residence. As expected, Hong Xuanji's Tao has undergone a change. Feeling Hong Xuanji's fist intent at close range, Zhou Tong already had a judgment in his heart. Although it still looked like the original version of the heavenly death wheel on the surface, its core was no longer the same thing. In the future, if Hong Xuanji continued to cultivate, his Tao would deviate further and further, and even go in the opposite direction, entering a path that he absolutely could not accept in the past. If Hong Xuanji has undergone such a change, then what about Hong Yi? Zhou Tong pondered for a while, then walked directly to where Hong Yi lived. Although it was his first time in the marquee of Wuwen's residence, with his realm, there were no secrets in this marquee's residence. Hong Yi still lived in the most remote side room of the marquee of Wuwen's residence. Something's not right. There's something wrong with the aura. However, just as Zhou Tong approached this side room, he immediately discovered something amiss. The entire side room's aura had a unique aura, and it was filled with a scholarly aura. This aura was soft but not weak, firm but not strong. It was like the line that separated yin and yang in the Taiji diagram, and it was in the middle of a balance. It's changed, it's really changed. Zhou Tong thought to himself. This scholarly aura was very faint, and one would need to be at least at the 7th stage of lightning tribulation to be able to sense it. However, when an expert at the 7th stage of lightning tribulation sensed it, they would only think that this was the aura left behind by an ordinary scholar. However, Zhou Tong could clearly sense the uniqueness of this aura. It was not something that an ordinary scholar could achieve. Instead, it was an indescribable aura. Moreover, Hong Yi is already cultivated to become a ghost immortal. Zhou Tong turned a corner and finally saw Hong Yi through the open window. At this moment, Hong Yi had a unique temperament, as if he was a scholar who had read a lot. However, although his temperament was outstanding, ordinary practitioners would not be able to see anything from him. If Zhou Tong did not know that he had already cultivated to become a ghost immortal, he would not be able to see anything from him. He became a ghost immortal so quickly, and his divine soul is so strong that he can even go through the 4th or 5th stage of lightning tribulation. I have already taken away the Sutra of past Amitabha, which is his biggest starting point, but he can still cultivate to become a ghost immortal. Something is wrong. The more Zhou Tong looked, the more he felt that Hong Yi was not simple. He wanted to explore with his mind, but when he dared to do so, there was a fluctuation in the qi and blood in his body, as if doing so would cause a huge change. It seems that Emperor Changsheng has also made a move. He should have been suppressing the Nirvana bridge, but since he allowed the masters to make a move, it means that he has also noticed some changes. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart, feeling a little unhappy. The way of cultivation in this world made the practitioners and the world too closely connected. Some changes in the Great Thousand World could not be hidden from the top existences. In fact, Zhou Tong himself also had a sudden impulse. It was because of his sudden impulse that he came to take a look at Hong Yi. In the end, he discovered such a big secret. The masters have made a move, and Hong Yi has a secret that can give me such a feeling. Maybe the Nirvana bridge is now with him. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and chose to leave. This was because his acupuncture points were damaged, and it was not suitable for him to fight. Moreover, he might have a backup plan from the masters. In addition to Hong Xuanji's transformation, there might be the Nirvana bridge and the Boat of Destiny, the two kings of divine artifacts. Zhou Tong was not confident that he could defeat Hong Yi here. Chapter 670. Zhou Tong carefully sensed the changes in Hong Yi, and he had a vague feeling in his heart. If I'm not wrong, Hong, you should have already achieved the state of being one of the philosophers. He's no longer Hong Yi, but one of the philosophers. But without the suppression of the heroic spirits of the philosophers, aren't the philosophers afraid that the Nirvana bridge will be taken away? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. The Nirvana bridge was the heart and soul of the philosophers. This thing condensed the essence of the philosophers, and the heroic spirits of the philosophers had always been hidden in the Nirvana bridge. Now that the philosophers had merged with Hong Yi in advance, it meant that the Nirvana bridge was now easier to obtain. But which side is the Longevity Emperor on? Zhou Tong thought for a while, and he had a rough guess in his heart. The Longevity Emperor probably wouldn't continue to attack. This was because whether the philosophers or the variable one, it wouldn't affect the Longevity Emperor at all. This was because in the end, everyone would definitely go to the place of origin and walk in front of him. Moreover, the Longevity Emperor had long stopped caring about worldly possessions. All he wanted was the Nirvana realm. In order to reach the Nirvana realm, he would do anything, even his own life. To the Longevity Emperor, the Nirvana realm of the philosophers was a path that had a high probability of reaching the Nirvana realm. However, the sudden appearance of the variable at this time would definitely attract the Longevity Emperor's interest. The Longevity Emperor even wanted to see the battle between the philosophers and the variable. Perhaps something different would be born, or perhaps an even more powerful Nirvana realm path would be born. However, the philosophers aren't easy to deal with. Zhou Tong thought to himself after thinking for a while. Hong Xuanji's fist intent had undergone a transformation from the inside. There was no doubt that Hong Xuanji had become Hong Yi's path protector now. Moreover, Zhou Tong suspected that the philosophers were using Hong Xuanji and Yang Pan as chess pieces on the surface, the kind that was used as the vanguard of the king. When the two of them were almost done with everything in the world, the philosophers would come out to pick the peaches. However, only the current Zhou Tong could detect such things. This was because he could sense the changes in Hong Xuanji's fist will and knew some inside information about the great masters. If it were someone else, they would be able to sense the changes in Hong Xuanji's fist intent, but they wouldn't know the inside story of the great masters. Those who knew the inside story of the great masters would be waiting in the land of origin. This kind of world is annoying. There are old foxes everywhere. It's hard to hide. Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. There were no fools in this world. Each and every one of them was a cunning old fox. Compared to shrouding heaven world, where one had to rely on their own strength to break through the situation, it was much more difficult to survive here. Right now, Hong Yi is like a hidden dragon in the abyss, so he needs Hong Xuanji to act as a cover. However, since you can change Hong Xuanji, I'll start with Yang Pan. Hong Xuanji is not in the palace. With Yang Pan's strength and the guards in the palace, no one can detect me. Moreover, as long as I want to, Yang Pan will not have the chance to use the Boat of Fate. Zhou Tong snorted coldly and took one last look at the Wuhan Marquis residence. Then, without turning his head back, he walked straight towards the imperial city. At the same time, in the palace. In a magnificent palace with carved railings and jade, there were treasured cauldrons and incense charcoal burning here. There were also many palace maids and eunuchs patrolling the area. Between them, there was a sense of peace and harmony. This was where the Qin Emperor Yang Pan dealt with government affairs in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Yang Pan, who was dealing with government affairs with his head lowered, raised his head and shouted abruptly, "Where did you come from? Please show yourself." Kacha! In an instant, a crack appeared in the void, and Zhou Tong walked out slowly. Tearing the void. 6. Tribulation, ghost immortal. The Qin Emperor, Yang Pan, narrowed his eyes slightly. In an instant, an aura of being in control of the world emerged from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a supreme Saint Emperor, controlling the universe and changing the heavens. Especially those short words of his, they seemed to have substance. Every word seemed to have a spirit of its own and had a life of its own. In his words, there was a terrifying aura of absolute law. Yang Pan, it seems that your Taoist technique is not simple. 6. Tribulation lightning. Zhou Tong looked at Yang Pan with a smile in his eyes. Smiling, Zhou Tong continued without waiting for Yang Pan to speak. Yang Pan, do you know that Hong Xuanji has undergone some changes? He is no longer the Hong Xuanji, you know. Oh, may I hear the details? Yang Pan also smiled. In the eyes of outsiders, his relationship with Hong Xuanji was actually a close monarch and subject relationship. However, Yang Pan knew very well that the relationship between him and Hong Xuanji was not that simple. Hong Xuanji was his future physical body. According to Yang Pan and Hong Xuanji's original plan, Hong Xuanji walked the path of crushing the vacuum, while Yang Pan walked the path of Yang God. In the future, when the two of them reached the peak at the same time, Hong Xuanji would offer his physical body to Yang Pan to help Yang Pan take the last step of becoming a Yang God. Yang Pan, I know about your relationship with Hong Xuanji. Don't the two of you want to join forces to enter the Yang God stage? Do you really think you can hide it from many people? Zhou Tong chuckled. Yang Pan's expression changed slightly. But what you don't know is that something has happened in Hong Xuanji's family. Hong Xuanji himself has been affected. His Tao is no longer the gods of the reincarnation heavens, but the great way of the reincarnation heavens. Zhou Tong said leisurely, the gods of the reincarnation heavens and the great way of the reincarnation heavens. You should know very well which one is really suitable for you. Yang Pan's expression suddenly changed. What the person in front of him said just hit the deepest mystery in his and Hong Xuanji's hearts. The gods of the reincarnation heavens and the great way of the reincarnation heavens seemed to only be the difference between the words gods and great way, but the difference between them was not ordinary. If Hong Xuanji was the gods of the reincarnation heavens, then Hong Xuanji was the king of the gods. In the future, once Hong Xuanji gave his physical body to Yang Pan, it was equivalent to giving the position of the king of the gods to Yang Pan. And the position of the king of the gods was just right for Yang Pan's identity and status as the emperor. But the great way of the reincarnation heavens was different. This Tao might not match the path that Yang Pan took himself. When the time came, once Hong Xuanji offered his physical body, he was afraid that he would not be able to fit perfectly with Yang Pan. And even if the two of them merged in the future, his own Tao might be distorted by Hong Xuanji's Tao. Once he became an existence of the great way of the reincarnation heavens, he was afraid that he would really have to abandon all his emotions and turn into a cold and ruthless tool to maintain the operation of heaven and earth. This kind of future was not what Yang Pan wanted no matter what. Chapter 671. What exactly do you know? Yang Pan asked in a deep voice. I don't know much. I just happen to know a little more than you do. Zhou Tong said softly, Hong Xuanji and you are both successors of the creation path, but now Hong Xuanji has become the path protector of the great philosophers. The path protector of the great philosophers. Yang Pan's pupils constricted, revealing a hint of shock. Could it be that the clans left behind by the 100 sages have made a move? But something's not right. Yang Pan was still very shocked when he heard this news, but after thinking about it, he felt that something was not right. The descendants of the 100 sages were actually nothing much. Although they had great power, it was not enough to fight against the Qian, let alone change Hong Xuanji's martial will. I don't know if the clans left behind by the 100 sages have made a move, but what I know is that the 100 sages have made a move. Zhou Tong looked at Yang Pan with a smile. Although the 100 sages are dead, their spirits and wills still remain in this world. Now, The spirits and wills left behind by the 100 sages have affected Hong Xuanji, completely reversing his spirit and will, causing his martial will to undergo an unimaginable change. I'm afraid you can't see anything now, but as time passes, the aura of the reincarnation path will become stronger and stronger. When that time comes, the two of you, who are so close to each other, who are ready to merge at any time, will naturally dissipate. Zhou Tong shook his head as he spoke. Yang Pan's expression kept changing, and a hint of worry and sorrow appeared between his brows. In fact, how could he not know what Zhou Tong was talking about? How many years had he worked with Hong Xuanji? How could he not know Hong Xuanji's style and goal? However, in the past few days, Hong Xuanji's methods were a little different from before. Previously, Yang Pan only thought that Hong Xuanji had a different understanding of the world after his realm increased. But now, he knew that there were some changes in Hong Xuanji's will and thoughts. He was no longer the same Hong Xuanji who was willing to sacrifice his body for him at any time. Yang Pan felt a tinge of regret when he thought of this. Although he was the emperor, he was not a heartless person. He had been friends with Hong Xuanji for many years. So how could he not be moved when he suddenly learned of the changes in Hong Xuanji? However, he was the emperor after all. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down and threw away all the unnecessary emotions. Yang Pan turned to look at Zhou Tong and asked, "Then what exactly do you want to do?" "What I want to do is actually very simple." As Zhou Tong spoke, he had already appeared beside Yang Pan. His right finger tapped on Yang Pan's forehead. Divine striking stone precious technique. In an instant, all of Yang Pan's soul consciousness was beaten by Zhou Tong using this paragon technique. Zhou Tong read through all of Yang Pan's memories and branded his soul imprint into the space between Yang Pan's eyebrows. It was a series of extremely special runes. They were not runes from the sun god world, but runes that came from the divine striking stone precious technique. Although it was the most basic thing, it was something from another cultivation system. Yang Pan could not understand it at all, nor did he have the chance to decipher it. After a long time, Zhou Tong retracted his finger. Yang Pan's expression suddenly changed because he had already felt that his soul consciousness had been tampered with. Not a single thought was missed, and all of them were branded with a series of runes. I told you so much just to tell you about the current situation of the world and what to do in the future. Zhou Tong said leisurely. The great masters can influence Hong Xuanji and indirectly turn him into a guardian of the great masters. Then I can influence you and turn you into my tool. Tool? How dare you? Yang Pan's expression was extremely ugly. Ever since he ascended the throne, no one in the world had ever looked down on him like this. Even the world's #1 dream Shinji did not dare to treat him like this. Swoosh! Right at this time, an expanse of golden light split open a crack not far from Zhou Tong's side. A figure wearing dark yellow armor and wielding a long saber silently leapt out, the 9-feet-long saber in his hand, chopping down fiercely at Zhou Tong's back. There was no doubt that the person who launched the sneak attack was a human immortal. Although he was not a peak human immortal, he was now a rare expert in the world. Yang Pan looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. His expression was still as angry as before, but he was already roaring in his heart. You're just a 6-stage lightning tribulation ghost immortal. No matter what you did to me, as long as I kill you, your restriction will definitely be useless. However, the moment Yang Pan roared his heart, the sneak attack in the void suddenly froze in the void. At this moment, it was as if some extremely terrifying force had appeared in the void and squeezed him in the void. At the same time, Zhou Tong showed a trace of mockery. Do you really think I'm just a 6-stage lightning tribulation ghost immortal? Yang Pan, do you think a mere human immortal can deal with me? Do you think that if you kill me, you can get rid of the restrictions on your divine soul? As he spoke, Zhou Tong glanced out of the corner of his eye. Then an extremely powerful qi flow shot out from all the acupuncture points in his body. This qi flow vibrated out and turned into divine lightning that filled the sky. Bang! In an instant, The figure that launched the sneak attack completely dissipated in the lightning, leaving not even a corpse behind. Human immortal. Yang Pan's heart twitched. He did not expect to see such a person, a combination of a six-stage ghost immortal and a human immortal. Back then, only Meng Xinji had reached this level. However, after Meng Xinji's human immortal body was destroyed by him and Hong Xuanji, there was no longer such a person in the world. He did not expect that one would appear now. Yang Pan, what other trump cards do you have? Why don't you show them to me? Zhou Tong looked at Yang Pan. And your boat of fortune? Don't you want to try it out? Maybe if you kill me, you can get rid of the imprints on your divine soul. What do you want to do? Yang Pan's expression was extremely gloomy. Don't worry, I'm not interested in your power at all. You can continue to be the emperor. I'm only interested in the things left behind by the creation path and the great Qian dynasty's treasury. Let's go. Take me to see the boat of fortune. As Zhou Tong spoke, he already treated himself as the owner of this place. Yang Pan's expression changed, but his divine soul soon trembled slightly. The imprint vibrated, and a force that he had never felt before instantly bombarded his divine soul. Okay, I'll take you there. Yang Pan enunciated each word, clearly furious. Chapter 672. The Qian Emperor brought Zhou Tong directly to a small world that belonged to the imperial family of the great Qian dynasty. As soon as he entered this small world, a supreme aura like that of an ancient demon god descended. This aura was so vast that it seemed to shatter layer after layer of the void in an instant. Zhou Tong could see with the naked eye that the edges of the small world were shattered like a mirror. However, when the fragments approached the center of the small world, they completely solidified. This is the boat of fortune. Zhou Tong looked at the center of the small world. There, a luxurious giant ship that was 1,500 meters long appeared in front of him. This ship had a total of 18 floors, and each floor was more luxurious and luxurious than the last. It was the aura emitted by this ship that prevented the collapse of the small world. This ship was no longer a ship in the ordinary sense, but the palace of the king of gods. It was a ship that only the ruler of the heavens was qualified to own, and it was used to patrol the heavens and the wilderness. This was a ship that could pass through the endless void of the vast thousand worlds without any obstruction. Even the sun god and vacuum-shattering experts would be envious of this ship. Just by looking at this ship, Zhou Tong felt that there was no need to fear the great tribulation of heaven and earth and the 129,600 years of reincarnation. Although this ship was parked there, it seemed to have left the river of time and the sea of space. It stood at an infinite height, overlooking the reincarnation of a universe and the passage of time. This ship had a supreme aura, and the endless airflow of the ship had infinite divine power. Its power shocked the heavens. Its power shook the earth. It could destroy the heavens and the earth, and it had the power to reverse the universe. This was the boat of fortune, the supreme divine artifact of the Tao of fortune. It was as if in front of this ship, all Taoist techniques, all magic weapons, and all principles would lose their brilliance and could only serve as a foil. As expected of the king of divine artifacts that Taoist fortune painstakingly refined. Zhou Tong sighed softly. Looking at this ship and looking at his own Tao palace, the difference was too obvious. Zhou Tong turned to look at Yang Pan and said, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion here for a period of time. You can handle the matters outside by yourself, right? Anger flashed across Yang Pan's face, but he didn't dare to flare up. He just nodded and left the minor thousand world. After Yang Pan left, Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He impatiently walked onto the ship and came to the core of the ship, where the lightning pool was. The main reason why the Ark of Destiny was damaged was because the core of the lightning pool was damaged. There were a total of 3 lightning pools on the boat of destiny: the large lightning pool, the hollow lightning pool, and the true lightning pool. These 3 lightning pools were already damaged. So this is the boat of good fortune's thunder pool. It really is mysterious. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged, quietly comprehending the structure of the Thunder Pool as well as the heavenly book of good fortune he had obtained from Yangpan. This was the complete Yang God's secret codex. Not only did it contain the cultivation method of the human immortal martial way and the ghost immortal Yang spirit, but it also contained some other things, such as the refining method of the boat of destiny and the structure of the Thunder Pool. Although Zhou Tong had obtained countless ancient books, he had never obtained such high-grade goods. In particular, the structure of the Thunder Pool in the heavenly book of good fortune was verified with the 3 damaged Thunder Pools in front of him. Zhou Tong had countless insights in an instant. Buzz. As Zhou Tong comprehended, the myriad transformations Thunder Pool in front of him began to boil. Countless thunder, genuine qi madly surged into Zhou Tong's body, constantly nourishing his physical body and acupuncture points. The acupuncture points that had been damaged when he had forcibly broken through the realm were rapidly recovering under the power of the thunder genuine qi. His strength was skyrocketing, and so was his qi and blood. The world was misty, and Zhou Tong could clearly sense the vastness of the entire great thousand world at this moment. At the same time, his body began to have some strange resonance with several parts of the earth. Unfortunately, this resonance was very short and somewhat vague, making it difficult for him to figure it out. This is the place where the last 99 acupuncture points are located. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and was a little surprised. He did not expect that with the help of the boat of destiny, he would be able to sense the last 99 acupuncture points of the human body in an instant. The people of the Yang spirit world had a total of 1,296 acupuncture points, but only 1,197 of them were on the human body. The remaining 99 acupuncture points did not belong to the human body, but were in the earth. The vacuum-crushing great path was the great path of earth. If one wanted to shatter the vacuum, they had to find the 99 acupuncture points on the earth and let them return to the human body. Although the feeling is a little vague, I have truly comprehended a trace of the profound meaning of the vacuum-crushing great path. Zhou Tong was somewhat happy. He had finally gotten a glimpse of the real top thing in this world. He quietly comprehended the insights he had just gained. After Zhou Tong calmed down, he found that he had only comprehended 47 nodes. In other words, of the remaining 99 acupuncture points, he had only vaguely sensed 47 and was still missing 52. I am still missing 52 acupuncture points, Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. At the same time, he was also guessing why he could only sense the 47 acupuncture points, but not the 52 acupuncture points. Was it because his realm was not enough? But it was clear that the realm of this world was a transformation of the soul. Zhou Tong had already completed this step when he was in the shrouding heaven world. There was no problem with the realm. The only thing he lacked was the comprehension of the unique power of this world. But the so-called unique power of this world was basically contained in the heaven and earth. To cultivate Taoist magic arts, one needed to go through the thunder tribulation and obtain the truth of the great path between heaven and earth from the thunder tribulation. To cultivate martial arts, one needed to comprehend the truth of the acupuncture points, and finally, one needed to further recover the 99 acupuncture points that one lacked from the earth. Speaking of which, the Yang spirit realm requires the body of a human immortal. I am afraid that the vacuum-crushing great path also has a certain requirement for the divine soul. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong could only understand it in this way. The divine soul of a normal human immortal of martial arts had long been integrated with the body, and the divine soul would become stronger along with the body. But Zhou Tong was different. His soul and body were separated. Perhaps only when the divine soul passes the seventh thunder tribulation and undergoes a qualitative change again and reaches the creator realm can it truly and clearly perceive the acupuncture points in the earth. Zhou Tong also had some guesses in his heart. The Yang spirit and the vacuum-crushing great path were of the same level. It was reasonable to say that there was something similar between them, just like light and darkness, yin and yang. Perhaps for a cultivator who had separated his soul and body to break through to the vacuum-crushing great path, His divine soul must reach a certain standard. Chapter 673. In the small thousand world where the boat of creation was located, Zhou had swallowed half of the boat of creation in one gulp. Suddenly, the endless divine materials and the heavenly myriad spirit energy, azure, heaven great chi, and central wuji void, great chi, all merged into his body's apertures. The heavenly myriad energy, the blue sky great energy, and the central wuji hollow great energy were all condensed from the techniques Taoist creation had painstakingly created. The heavenly myriad spirit energy's power was extremely terrifying. It was a crushing force, and was one of the more original powers of the boat of creation. The strength of this true chi was so strong that even experts who cultivated the Saint Emperor's origin would feel crushed. The azure heaven great chi was a type of true chi that was like an emerald wave. It could freeze time and space. Therefore, no expert could tear apart the void within 1,000 miles of the boat of creation. The central wuji void great chi was the true killer move of the boat of creation. Its power was unparalleled. After obtaining the method to condense the three types of true chi, Taoist creation's great Tao, and even swallowing half of the boat of creation, Zhou primordial chaos true chi that belonged to him was constantly growing stronger. Buzz! At this moment, Zhou once again sensed the location of the apertures in the boundless land of the vast thousand world. This time, he sensed as many as 79 apertures. He was completely immersed in the great Tao of earth of the human immortal martial path, further perfecting his path in this world. After a long time, Zhou opened his eyes again. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. This time, I sensed 79 apertures. Although it's still very vague, the number has increased by a lot. It seems that the strength of the spirit determines the clarity of the apertures, and the number of apertures should be related to the things I eat. Zhou thought to himself. According to Zhou guess, the more types of things he ate, the more he could sense the corresponding apertures. In particular, he should eat the local specialties of various places. Only then could he go one step further and sense the position of each of the remaining 99 apertures. However, this doesn't conflict with what I've decided before. These treasures refined by the sun god must contain all kinds of specialties from the 99 continents. Zhou thought to himself. Then, he turned his attention to the remaining boat of creation. After Zhou devoured it, all that was left of the boat of good fortune was wreckage. Basically, every part of it was broken. It had no value at all. It could be said that the Ark of Destiny no longer existed. If you want to build a lightning pool, you'll need at least a creator-level expert. Zhou pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His divine soul was very powerful, but in terms of quality, it was still slightly inferior to the creators. Most importantly, he didn't obtain the mysteries of creation from the seventh heavenly thunder. We still have to wait for a while. Well, let's go to the treasury of the great Qin dynasty first. Zhou got up and left the small world that was about to be destroyed. Great Qin dynasty, Jade capital, imperial city. The more Emperor Yangpan thought about it, the angrier he became. His biggest trump card, the boat of creation, was about to fall into the hands of an unknown person. His closest companion, Hong Xuanji, had already betrayed him. Another hidden trump card, the human immortal, had also been completely destroyed by that unknown person. Damn it, my divine soul has been tampered with. I'm already one of them, but I don't even know his name. Yang Pan was furious, but at the same time, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. Logically speaking, he had already been tampered with, so he shouldn't have rebelled. However, the other party didn't even tell him his name. Wasn't this obvious? He was simply using him as a puppet, the kind that would be killed after using him. Crack! However, at this moment, a shattering sound was suddenly heard. Yang Pan's expression changed drastically. This was the control hub of the boat of creation. Although Yang Pan had brought Zhou to the boat of creation, the control hub of this king of divine weapons had always been in his hands. It's destroyed, the boat of creation is destroyed. Yang Pan's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't figure out why the other party would destroy the boat of creation. This was a king of divine weapons, that even sun spirit experts coveted. How could it be destroyed just like that? Madman, what is he trying to do? What good does destroying the boat of creation do to him? Yang Pan kept thinking in his heart. At the same time, his master of the future, who had cultivated the Sutra of Death from the future, was also rapidly thinking of all kinds of possibilities. In the end, Yang Pan thought of a possibility. He must have a similar king of divine weapons. He dismantled the boat of fortune so that he could use the boat of fortune to complete his own king of divine weapons. At this point, he was even more terrified. Even the boat of creation had been destroyed. It was conceivable that the other party didn't care about the things in the path of creation at all, nor did he care about the efforts of great Qian dynasty over the years. This confirmed his conjecture that he was a tool. No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Yang Pan's heart was ruthless. Master of the future, quickly deduce the way to break the imprints on my divine soul. Crack. However, at this moment, the void beside Yang Pan suddenly shattered, and Zhou Tong slowly walked out from it. Bring me to see the various rare treasures that great Qian dynasty has collected over the years. Zhou Tong didn't stand on ceremony at all and directly ordered, "Oh yes, while you're at it, give me the master of the future that you've cultivated from the Sutra of Death from the future." You know about the master of the future? When you imprinted the imprint on me, you also checked my memory. Yang Pan's face was extremely ugly. Great Qian dynasty had been searching for the Sutra of Death from the future all these years. But in reality, not many people knew that the Sutra of Death from the future had fallen into his hands. The so-called search for the Sutra of Death from the future was just a cover. Logically speaking, only he and Hong Xuanji knew about this. However, the person in front of him knew about it. It was obvious that his memory had been searched by the other party. Even the imprint that the other party had placed in his divine soul was to monitor him. At this point, a trace of fear appeared in Yang Pan's eyes. So, everything that he was thinking about before was under the other party's observation? Is it difficult to check your memory? Zhou Tong chuckled. So don't think too much about it. All your secrets are no longer secrets in my eyes. Don't worry, I'm also a pacifist. Rest assured and do what you need to do now. I won't kill you casually. Chapter 674. After leaving the jade capital of the great Qian dynasty, Zhou Tong suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head to look at the jade capital in the distance, and the haze in his heart gradually dissipated. It seems that it's really because of the 100 sages that I have such a feeling. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that the 100 sages are preparing to attack Hong Xuanji and Yang Pan, so that all of Daoist creation's backup plans will become a wedding dress for the 100 sages. Zhou Tong said softly, and then directly tore open the void and left the great Qian dynasty. At the same time, on the other side, in the distant eastern Great Prairie of Yunmeng, almost to the end of the Yunmeng Empire, there was a majestic mountain range there. No one knew how big this mountain range was, and no one had ever been able to explore it. Even many people of Yunmeng who were not strong enough thought that this mountain range was the end of this world. The reason for this was that this vast mountain range was shrouded in thick, lead-like clouds all year round. Especially in this mountain range shrouded in clouds, there would sometimes be thunderous roars, which was very intimidating. And somewhere in this mountain range, there was a palace that looked like it was made by the gods. This palace was not very big, and it only occupied about 1/10 of the imperial palace in the great Qian dynasty's jade capital. Although the palace wasn't big, it was full of delicacy and exquisiteness. Roses bloomed inside and outside the palace, and they didn't wither all year round. In this palace, one could smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers all year round. Crack! However, at this moment, the thick clouds in the mountain range suddenly split open, and Zhou Tong slowly walked out of the void, looking down at this strange palace below. This palace was naturally the location of the main palace of the most mysterious heavenly dragon sect in Yunming. Zhou Tong found the location of the heavenly dragon sect from the Peacock King's memory. The Peacock King's daughter was a disciple of the heavenly dragon sect. He stood proudly in the sky, looking down at the entire mountain range. The clouds in a mountain range could not block his vision. He saw that there were countless palaces scattered all over the mountain range. These palaces were the cultivation grounds of the heavenly dragon sect's elders. Although the foundation of the heavenly dragon sect was not as good as the mysterious sky mansion, the heavenly dragon sect was developing very well in the Western Cloud Empire. It was a big sect that was on par with the mysterious sky mansion, so naturally, there would be many cultivators here. In the heavenly dragon sect, there were a total of 18 elders, 2 chief stewards, and over 1,000 disciples. In the Western Cloud Empire, there were many generals and captains who came from the heavenly dragon sect. Therefore, even the emperor of the Western Cloud Empire, Nailani Hong, was extremely fearful of the Tian Long Dao master. However, now, in the face of such a huge force, Zhou Tong did not have the slightest fear. At his current level of cultivation, the only thing he feared was the sun god and the land of origin and the various backups they had left behind. Within the heavenly dragon sect, there were no backups that Zhou Tong feared. With that thought, Zhou Tong released a trace of his aura. Which expert has graced my heavenly dragon sect with your presence? A clear female voice came from the palace. This voice was like a gentle breeze, and when it entered people's ears, it turned into the fragrance of nectar, refreshing the mind. Whoosh! Just as the voice fell into Zhou Tong's ears, the palace shone brightly, and at the same time, a circle of light like a bright moon appeared. Finally, the circle of light expanded and turned into a belt of light, floating lightly towards Zhou Tong. It looked like a brilliant path of light had been laid out in the void. On this belt of light, a girl about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in red, walked out of the palace and came in front of Zhou Tong. After she appeared, the countless rays of light and the paths of light also disappeared. Rumor has it that the heavenly dragon sect master has the body of a dragon, and his magic power is boundless. Today I see that it's true. Zhou Tong looked at the pair of crimson dragon horns on the girl's forehead that looked like blood coral. Dragons were already a legend in the Yang God world. In ancient times, there were dragons in this world, but they had completely disappeared. However, there were also ways to visualize dragons in Taoist magic arts. If one visualized dragons for a long time, one's soul would be as powerful as a dragon's. However, it was clear that this pair of dragon horns was not an illusion created by any divine ability. They were the real deal. I don't deserve to be called boundless magic power. I wonder what brings you to my heavenly dragon sect. The heavenly dragon sect master asked. Hearing the dragon girl's question, Zhou Tong chuckled and said, I wonder what you think of the current situation in the world. The heavenly dragon sect master was stunned, then looked at Zhou Tong, shook his head, and said, Do you intend to seize the world? If so, please forgive me for not being able to accompany you. My heavenly dragon sect is located in a remote area and has no ambition. If you want to rely on my heavenly dragon sect to achieve your goals, you're thinking too much. From the heavenly dragon sect master's point of view, Zhou Tong's words were the same as those of many ambitious people, such as asking about the world situation. This so-called inquiry was definitely just a question, but in fact it was to persuade him to do something. The heavenly dragon sect master, who had lived for hundreds of years, naturally saw this clearly. However, she did not want to be involved in anything related to politics. She only wanted to pursue the great way and achieve the position of the supreme Yang God. Zhou Tong was also taken aback. Then he smiled and said, Dao Master, why must you keep people 1,000 miles away? I'm afraid you still don't know that the world situation has undergone a huge change. When you go out and walk around, you will realize that the world is no longer the world you are familiar with. What do you mean? The heavenly dragon sect master's pupil shrank. Although she had been staying in the Heavenly Dragon sect, she was not completely ignorant of the outside world. There was nothing special happening in the world. The biggest thing that happened a while ago was the 6 masters chasing the weakened Dream Divine Machine. Although there was no news after that, they should have failed. The Dream Divine Machine did not die. Could it be that the Dream Divine Machine has not only passed the 8 lightning tribulations, but also the 9 lightning tribulations? The Heavenly Dragon sect master suddenly thought of an important question. Could it be that the Dream Divine Machine had already passed the 9 lightning tribulations and was only 1 step away from the Young God? Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "The Dream Divine Machine has only passed the 8 lightning tribulations. It should still be in a weak state, and there is still a long way to go before it reaches the 9 lightning tribulations. If there are no accidents, it will not be able to pass the 9 lightning tribulations in 10 years. Zhou Tong's estimation of the time was not wrong. The reason why the Dream Divine Machine had advanced so quickly in the later stage was because the Book of Changes had been born and the Dream Divine Machine had benefited greatly from it. The Dream Divine Machine is still at the 8 lightning tribulations? How did the world situation change so drastically? The Dragon Girl was puzzled. What had happened in the world that she could not understand? Naturally, it was the change in the Great Qian dynasty. Chapter 675. A change in the Great Qian dynasty? The Tianlong Taoist master was a little shocked and in disbelief. Hong Xuanji and Yang Pan are a pair of formidable heroes, said the Tianlong Taoist master. Back then, when I was with Meng Bingyun, the saintess of the Taishang sect, I felt that Hong Xuanji was very deep and unpredictable. Furthermore, the Qian Emperor, Yang Pan, has endless dermic formulations. He wields the imperial heavenly royal seal and controls the universe. Together with Hong Xuanji's heavenly wheel of death and the boat of destiny, no one in the world other than the Dream Shinji can match him. When the two of them work together, they are extremely close. Coupled with the boat of destiny, who else in the world can threaten them? As far as I know, Hong Xuanji has broken through to the human celestial stage. I'm afraid that even Meng Shinji would have to stay away from them. Tianlong Taoist master said as he looked at Zhou Tong suspiciously. Logically speaking, such a combination should be invincible. What would happen? What if there's a rift between them? Zhou Tong chuckled. What? There's a rift between them? The Tianlong Taoist master was shocked. He did not expect to hear such an answer. Why? What happened? Why would there be a rift between them? The Tianlong Taoist master was more and more shocked. According to what he knew, there should not be a rift between them. If there was a rift between them, they would have done so long ago. There was no need for them to wait until now. Hong Xuanji studied Confucianism painstakingly and implemented it in his words and actions. Why do you think he did that? Zhou Tong asked. The Tianlong Taoist master said, "Of course it's to write a book." Hong Xuanji wants his theory to be spread throughout the world and become a model that everyone follows. He wants to be comparable to the 100 sages of the Middle Ages. Zhou Tong said, "But what if the 100 sages really appear in front of him?" Impossible. The Tianlong Taoist master denied. The 100 sages are all figures of the Middle Ages. Many years have passed since then. How can they still exist in the world? Even if they're all masters of creation, they don't have such a lifespan. The 100 saints are dead, but what about their spirits and wills? Are you sure the 100 saints didn't leave behind such a thing? Zhou Tong looked at the heavenly dragon Dao Lord and asked. The Tianlong Dao master was stunned when he heard that. The 100 saints were the most intelligent people in the world. If they really wanted to leave something behind, they might be able to break through the limits of their lifespans. You're saying that Hong Xuanji obtained the items left behind by the 100 sages, which caused his views to change, causing him to fall out with Emperor Yang Pan? The Sky Dragon Taoist master looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. That's right. Hong Xuanji has been influenced by the 100 sages. His Tao has changed tremendously. It's normal for him to be at odds with Yang Pan in the future. I see. The Tianlong Tao master nodded. If the 100 Saints had a huge impact on Hong Xuanji, causing this invincible duo to separate, then that would make sense. In fact, the possibility of that happening was extremely high. But what does that have to do with me? The Tianlong Dao master looked at Zhou Tong. If Hong Xuanji and Yang Pan were still as close as before, I would have a headache. But now, since there's already a rift between them, why should I be afraid? Although Hong Xuanji is at odds with Yang Pan, his all-heaven death wheel fist intent has changed. It has become even more domineering. You should know what that means. Zhou Tong said softly. The Tianlong Dao master's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. From a person's fist intent, one could completely see the person's character and methods of doing things. Hong Xuanji's fist intent had become even more domineering. This was enough to show that after Hong Xuanji was influenced by the 100 Sages, not only did he not restrain himself, but he might even become more intense. The gods of the Chaos Chakra heavens have begun to transform into the Chaos Chakra heavens Great Tao. That is to say, in the future, Hong Xuanji wants to control not only the living beings of the heavens, but also the Great Tao of the heavens. Once he achieves the Tao, the future path to the Sun God will be in his hands. Zhou Tong continued. The Chaos Chakra heavens Great Tao. In the future, all living beings will need his consent to reach the Sun God level. The Tianlong Dao master's face became more and more unpleasant. There was no doubt that this fist intent had obviously reached a higher level. Originally, it was to define everyone's destiny. Now, destiny was a little looser, but there was an even more terrifying shackle. The Tianlong Dao master was already thinking in his heart. If Hong Xuanji really achieved the Tao and really controlled the Chaos Chakra heaven's Great Tao, then everyone in the world would be drowned in a sea of suffering and would never be able to transcend. This matter really needs to be carefully considered. The Tianlong Dao master's expression was very solemn. This matter was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Actually, I came to see you for the Dragon Graveyard. Zhou Tong only now revealed his purpose. What? How do you know this? How do you know this? The Tianlong Dao master suddenly turned pale with fright. Why can't I know? Zhou Tong calmly looked at the shocked Tianlong Dao master. What do you think, Tianlong Dao master? I think we can work together. In an instant, the Tianlong Dao master's expression kept changing. Now that the situation of the world has changed greatly, and Hong Xuanji has obtained the legacy of the 100 Sages. In the future, he will dominate the world and wipe out all the Taoist schools in the world. And the Dragon Graveyard happens to be a good place to enhance his strength, Zhou Tong finally said. He stared at the Tianlong Dao master and was ready to make a move. If the Tianlong Dao master was unwilling, he would directly make a move and forcibly control the Tianlong Dao master to lead the way. After a long silence, the Tianlong Dao master sighed and said, Yes, I do know where the Archean Dragon Graveyard is. This is a magnetic needle that is fated with the Archean Dragon Graveyard. Through it, you can find the Dragon Graveyard. The Tianlong Dao master waved his hand, and a small magnetic needle flew out and landed in front of Zhou Tong. This is the clue to the Dragon Graveyard. Zhou Tong's eyes lit up in an instant. The Archean Dragon Graveyard, as its name suggested, was the graveyard of ancient dragons. There were countless treasures, such as dragon soul crystals, dragon bones, dragon scales, and so on. They were all the best materials in the world. Of course, the Dragon Graveyard was hidden in the void turbulence and was difficult to find. Moreover, even if it was found, it was difficult to reach it without sufficient strength. But the Dragon Graveyard's defensive power is too strong. Even I can't break it. The Tianlong Dao master turned to look at Zhou Tong. Don't worry. Leave the defensive power to me. Chapter 676. At the same time, in the manor of Marquis Wuan, in the Jade capital of Great Qian Dynasty, he had already left the small building that he was staying in. Ever since the spirits of the 100 Sages descended into Hong Yi's body and became one with his body, he felt that he had never failed in his studies. He could see through any theory at a glance and grasp the essence of it, seeing through the pros and cons of it. Furthermore, this wasn't just about the essence and pros and cons of the theory. More importantly, it was the content of the practice. He felt that if he were to become a high official, he would definitely be able to bring happiness to the people and put the theories that he had learned into practice perfectly. However, at this moment, thinking of reading 10,000 books is like traveling 10,000 miles, and the fact that he had received an invitation, he left the small building that he was staying in and came to the most prosperous place in the Jade capital, Scattered Flower Brothel. Scattered Flower Brothel was the #1 brothel in the Jade capital and was a typical money-squandering establishment. However, Hong-yi himself didn't have much money. The wealth that he had was given to him by Princess Luo-yun after he met her by chance. Furthermore, the invitation to Scattered Flower Brothel this time was also given to him by Princess Luo-yun. Although Scattered Flower Brothel is a brothel, the people inside are all courtesans. They only sell their skills and not their bodies. Almost all of the women inside are talented in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, lyrics, songs, and prose. It is an elegant brothel. In order to invite these talented women, the rich and powerful in the Jade capital would usually spend a lot of money. Hong-yi looked at Scattered Flower Brothel and the heavy traffic outside and exclaimed in admiration. This Scattered Flower Brothel was a 5-story building that took up an area of several hectares. Furthermore, it was all decorated with carved railings and jade. There were many carriages and palanquins outside the door and all kinds of servants. Just this kind of grandeur was enough to make many rich and powerful families stay away. Hong-yi knew that this Scattered Flower Brothel was actually the most elegant brothel and not the kind of brothel that sold flesh. However, it was also because of this that this place was much more profitable than those normal brothels. This was especially true for officials, nobles, or wealthy businessmen. They would often hold wine parties, poetry parties, and the like. During such times, they would need talented women who were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting to accompany them. Therefore, Scattered Flower Brothel was the best place for entertainment for the rich and powerful. Every time a grand event was held, it would cost at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. For some of the larger events, it wouldn't be strange to spend tens of millions of taels of silver. When Hong-yi arrived at the entrance of Sanhua Brothel, someone immediately came forward to greet him. Hong-yi casually took out an invitation and threw 2 taels of silver to the servant. The 2 servants' eyes narrowed as they smiled. They nodded and bowed, then quickly invited Hong-yi into the room. Inside Sanhua Brothel, there were countless pavilions and terraces. It was like a small palace. The 2 servants led Hong-yi through many twists and turns before they finally arrived at a huge parlor. There were already many young people gathered here. Hong-yi immediately saw Princess Luo-yun, who was dressed as a man and holding a folding fan. Hong-yi, this is the young master of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, the young master of the Minister of Rights, the young master of the Marquis of Tranquil. And this is... Seeing Hong-yi appear, Princess Luo-yun promptly introduced him. Hong-yi greeted them one by one. This is young Master Hong-yi of the Marquis of Wuwun. He is proficient in Xian theory and is a good friend of mine. Princess Luo-yun then began to introduce Hong-yi's identity. At first, many of the nobles present looked down on Hong-yi because his clothes didn't seem to belong to the real noble world. However, at this moment, when they heard that he was from the Marquis of Wuwun, everyone's expression turned solemn. The Marquis of Wuwun of the Great Qian dynasty was even more famous than some of the nobles. However, when these people thought about it carefully, they immediately understood that this person must be the son of a concubine with a low status. Therefore, their solemn expressions eased. At first, these people looked down on me. However, after hearing the reputation of the Marquis of Wuwun, their expressions turned solemn. Now that they know that I am the son of a concubine, they are somewhat disdainful. Indeed, I have to come out and experience it to see the true face of life. Hong-yi thought to himself, I heard that Miss Su Mu of Sanhua Brothel is very good at talking about Xian. Since Brother Hong has a rich family background, I believe that you will be able to explain a lot. Now that the time is not up yet and Miss Su Mu has not come out, why don't Brother Hong tell everyone about it? A young master dressed in white looked at Hong Yi and smiled. That's right. Your father is a true scholar, a master of his generation. Books such as the Book of Li Kama, the Book of Shi Ming, and the Book of Loyalty have formed their own school and are spread all over the world. Since Brother Hong is the son of the Marquis of Wu Wan, I believe that you have a deep understanding of it. Another young master holding a folding fan also smiled. Good heavens, these two fellows are probably trying to embarrass me. Hong Yi instantly understood the thoughts of these two people. According to Hong Xuanji's Xian's way of thinking, a mere son of a concubine like Hong Yi would not have the opportunity to learn real knowledge. These people knew that he was the son of a concubine, but they still kept talking about Xian. They clearly wanted him to make a fool of himself. Hong Yi's heart moved, and he said, the so-called son inheriting the father's business is inheriting the struggle of the elders. If it is only inheriting his knowledge, what is the difference between inheriting gold, silver, and treasures? How can it be said that the son inherits the father's business? Since my father has the heart to write books and become a son, how can I fall behind him? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. Hong Yi had forcefully raised the saying of son inheriting the father's business by several levels. In his eyes, inheriting his father's business was trash. What he really wanted to do was to create a new world like his father. Now that the time and place were not in his favor, even if they wanted to create a business, where would they find a foothold? Brother Hong, you can't speak carelessly like this. At this moment, Princess Luo Yun also hurriedly spoke up. Hong Yi's words were simply too offensive. It was a blow to all the second generation. What was even more terrifying was that if Hong Yi really couldn't give a good explanation, there would probably be no place for him to establish himself in Great Qian in the future. Young Master Hong Yi's words are very good. At this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw an outstanding beauty walking out. This person was the Jade Capital's #1 talented woman, Su Mu. She was also the one who initiated this gathering. When she walked out, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breaths, unable to take their eyes off her as she slowly walked over. She walked over step by step as though she had walked out of painting. Even Hong Yi was stunned by her appearance and temperament to the point of suffocating. However, Hong Yi was someone who had fused with the heroic spirits of the various children after all. He instantly recovered his original state. His gaze toward Su Mu was no longer stunned. There was only a faint admiration, as though he was looking at the most beautiful piece of jade in the world. Chapter 677. Su Mu took in everyone's reaction, but when she looked at Hong Yi, she was surprised. She didn't expect that this scholar wasn't affected by her at all. However, she was only surprised for a moment. She walked over slowly, and the entire parlor was filled with a fragrance. This fragrance wasn't the smell of rouge, but the fragrance of 100 flowers. It made people feel refreshed. Su Mu walked over slowly. She was wearing a light green gauze dress and a white shawl. There were a few maids following closely behind her. She was like a fairy from a painting that had descended to the mortal world. Although Scattered Flower Brothel was a place where people sold their bodies and not their skills, the high officials and nobles who came here were all of extraordinary status. They would often flirt with beautiful women when they saw them. However, when Su Mu appeared, it was hard for anyone to have any thoughts of blasphemy. In the eyes of these nobles, Su Mu was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Everyone was captivated by her appearance and temperament, and they stared ahead in a daze. This group of nobles and Hong Yi were polar opposites. One was immersed in Su Mu's beauty, while the other didn't seem to be affected at all. Su Mu smiled and walked to Hong Yi's side. She said, "Young Master Hong, your words just now were so bold and extraordinary." It really opened Su Mu's eyes. When she opened her mouth, every word was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It made people's hearts tingle, and they felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. Hong Yi's body also reacted. When he saw Su Mu walking towards him, he had an inexplicable feeling of wanting to avoid her. But soon, this feeling disappeared. Su Mu's image became ordinary again. Although she was still a stunning beauty, she didn't have that kind of charm that could frighten people's minds. "Miss Su, you're too kind. A real man should have a great career. If I were to be immersed in the glory of my father for the rest of my life, how would I be different from the second generation of the nouveau riche?" After Hong Yi calmed down, his slightly arrogant voice spread throughout the hall. It immediately woke up the nobles who were still immersed in Su Mu's beauty. "I'm really ashamed. I didn't expect Hong Yi to not be affected by Miss Su Mu. He's not flustered in the face of beauty. He's really impressive. In comparison, I'm much worse." A few nobles looked at Hong Yi with a hint of shame in their eyes. At this moment, even they had no choice but to admit that Hong Yi was stronger than them. However, there were even more young masters who were infuriated. They did not reflect on their own thoughts at all. Instead, they were even angrier that Hong Yi said they were all trash. Immediately, someone spoke out. "Young Master Hong Yi, since you wish to imitate your father and write books, why don't you share your theories with us?" "Fairy Mu is the most talented woman in the Jade Capital, so why don't we invite her to appraise it?" Hong Yi glanced at this person and said indifferently, "I have indeed been writing a scripture recently, but it is only the beginning and is not complete. Since all of you are descendants of famous sects, and Fairy Mu is here, why don't you give me a taste and see if the beginning of my scripture can be passed down for generations to come?" "Oh, Hong Yi, could it be that you want to compare yourself to the great masters?" A young man chuckled with a mocking look on his face. Writing a book and even spreading one's theories throughout the world was much harder than ordinary martial cultivation. In the current world, only Hong Xuanji could do it. However, Hong Yi did not care and asked Su Mu for a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He then calmly wrote the word on the paper. "Book of Changes? Your name is Hong Yi, and you call your book the Book of Changes? How arrogant!" Everyone present could not help but laugh when they saw Hong Yi naming his work the Book of Changes. When Hong Yi heard their evaluation, he did not say anything and continued writing. However, everyone was stunned when they saw Hong Yi write a series of numbers on the scripture. 992, 93, 9495. Just as someone was about to mock him, Hong Yi changed the direction of his brush and did not continue writing 96. Instead, he wrote 9 from above and "Proud Dragon Regrets." The instant the words "Proud Dragon Regrets" were written, Su Mu's body suddenly trembled. She seemed to have felt something indescribable as a halo appeared in her eyes. She was completely stunned. 9, 5, "Proud Dragon Regrets." These were just a few ordinary words, but Su Mu seemed to have sensed a mysterious meaning. He seemed to have sensed the profound meaning of the ancient divine emperor's transformation from the 99 Supremes to the 95 Supremes. She seemed to have sensed the meaning of the 100 sages of the Middle Ages and the 99 Supremes to the 95 Supremes. Book of Changes. Book of Changes. This scripture is incredible. Su Mu no longer dared to underestimate Hong Yi. At this moment, Hong Yi was in existence on par with the ancient holy emperors in her eyes. Although Hong Yi had yet to pass the lightning tribulation, Su Mu firmly believed that as long as Hong Yi perfected this Book of Changes, he would definitely be able to transcend 7 tribulations with a single thought like the ancient holy emperors. At this moment, Hong Yi also wrote the word Qian. At the end, he wrote, "Heaven's movement is vigorous. A gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement." As he wrote the last sentence, Hong Yi's thoughts flowed like a fountain. Countless insights surged into his heart. The tip of his brush turned again, and soon he wrote another word, Kun. Earth's topography is Kun. A gentleman must be virtuous. The more Hong Yi wrote, the more surprised he became. At this moment, it was as though he had the help of a god. Scripture after scripture was written out from his hands. Boom! A massive and suffocating human essence suddenly soared into the nine heavens. All the nobles present seemed to be stunned. They stood there in a daze as they were struck by this terrifying human essence. It was as if they were undergoing an unimaginable baptism. Qian, Kuan, Tun, Meng Su, Yu Shi. In the blink of an eye, the 7 hexagrams appeared on the paper. Together with the Tai and No that Hong Yi had previously written, a total of 9 hexagrams were revealed. Wang, 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 Wang. Just as Hong Yi finished writing, the entire Jade capital city's enshrined holy emperors and statues trembled violently. It was as though they were resonating with the human essence. The sound of the holy emperors resonated throughout the entire Jade capital city. At that moment, everyone in the Jade capital city was shocked. Today, someone had actually triggered the holy will of the 100 holy emperors. Someone wrote an essay that matches the 100 holy emperors. Emperor Qian Pan's expression changed slightly. He thought of the things that Zhou Tong had told him, and his heart tightened. Is it Hong Xuanji? On the other side, Hong Xuanji also looked up at the sky. His gaze was much deeper. At this moment, he was filled with emotions. Chapter 678. At the same time, in the Heavenly Dragon sect in the cloud mist, Zhou Tong had already discussed with Ao Luan to head to the dragon graveyard together. In the next moment, Zhou Tong sent out a thought and tore the void apart. He brought Ao Luan with him and disappeared from the palace of the Heavenly Dragon sect. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in the void turbulence thousands of miles away. The void turbulence is too vast and boundless. There are countless small worlds hidden in it. It is even rumored that at the end of the void turbulence, there is the mysterious heavens beyond. If we can understand all the mysteries of the void turbulence, we can find the heavens beyond. Ao Luan sighed. The sky beyond heaven isn't actually that mysterious. That place is merely a star formed from Pan Huang's body after his death. It's just a middle thousand realm, Zhou Tong said leisurely. I'll need you to lead the way now. Ao Luan nodded and took out the magnetic needle. He dripped a drop of blood on the needle. The needle began to vibrate and spin continuously. Buzz! After spinning for a while, the needle finally pointed in a direction. Let's go. It is in this direction. Ao Luan shouted. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. He sent out a thought and tore the void apart again. He brought Ao Luan and flew toward the void turbulence that the needle was pointing to. The void turbulence was boundless and unpredictable. The two of them shuttled through the turbulence. Sometimes they would encounter a large group of meteorites. Sometimes they would enter the colorful lights condensed by the starlight. Sometimes they would even brush past a huge black hole. Along the way, they could see the vast ocean floating in the void. They could even see pieces of land and sacred mountains. Zhou Tong's strength was far superior to that of the Heavenly Dragon sect's master. So, along the way, Zhou Tong led the Heavenly Dragon sect's master. Along the way, they encountered countless rare treasures. Zhou Tong kept all of them in his Dao Palace to be devoured slowly in the future. Just on this journey alone, he had collected treasures that were almost comparable to a divine mountain. 6 hours later, the pointer in Ao Luan's hand suddenly stopped. At the same time, a faint glow appeared on the pointer. Found it! Zhou Tong's face lit up with joy, and he immediately looked in the direction the needle was pointing. In the distance, there was an extremely chaotic sea of stars. In the sea of stars, there were extremely thick clouds that looked like countless dragon scales. And at the very center of the cloud, there was a whirlpool-like black passage spinning. This is the graveyard of the primordial dragons. Ao Luan looked at the passage in front of her and said, "This whirlpool passage is too strong. Even experts with 4 or 5 lightning tribulations wouldn't be able to withstand it, and this is only the periphery. I've been here a few times before, but I've always been blocked by this kind of power. Later on, according to my research, this is an ancient divine formation called the Jambu Formation. At its core, I'm afraid even experts with 6 lightning tribulations wouldn't be able to enter. Legend has it that in ancient times, when Pan Huang was fighting against the dragons, it was this formation that blocked Pan Huang's army and killed 3 of his generals. In the end, Pan Huang had to personally take action to break this formation. As Ao Wan spoke, she looked directly at Zhou Tong, who was at the side. Don't worry, this formation can't stop me. Zhou Tong looked at the Jambu formation in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he directly protected Ao Wan. Then, he instantly unleashed the most terrifying qi, blood, and fist intent, which directly tore the black clouds outside the formation apart and plunged into the Jambu formation. Once he entered the Jambu formation, Zhou Tong immediately felt like he had fallen into a pitch-black divine sea. Looking around, it was pitch black. He couldn't see anything, and he couldn't even sense his surroundings. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying pressure here. Even the water pressure in the deep sea was far inferior to this place. However, Zhou Tong was, after all, a human immortal who could transform into anything. His body had a terrifying power that surpassed the 9 lightning tribulations. He forcefully attacked and destroyed the surrounding black air currents. However, once the black air currents collapsed, new air currents would fill in from all directions. There was no way to get rid of them. It's a little similar to the chaos attribute. Zhou Tong was very calm, without a trace of nervousness. Ao Wan, the attacks of this formation are endless. We still need you to find the formation core. I'll protect you. Zhou Tong looked at Ao Wan and said, actually, with Zhou Tong's ability, he could also find the formation core. However, he was not that familiar with the formations of this world and needed some time to deduce it. Therefore, at this time, rather than deduce it himself, it was better to directly use the treasure in Ao Wan's hands. Can't you break it? Ao Wan, the heavenly dragon Taoist master, looked at Zhou Tong in confusion. If I really make a move, I'm afraid this formation will be destroyed. I want to bring the formation back to study it. Zhou Tong said softly. However, if you make a move now, you'll definitely consume a lot of energy. I can give you a scripture first as compensation. As he spoke, Zhou Tong pointed at Ao Wan's glabella. Suddenly, countless scriptures and the Buddha of the past were imprinted on Ao Wan's glabella. The Sutra of the Past, Amitabha, after the Great Zen Temple was destroyed, this scripture fell into your hands. Ao Wan was shocked at first, but then she said, okay, with this scripture, even if I lose a lot of thoughts, I can recover them in a very short time. Ao Wan's face hardened. Suddenly, the pointer appeared in her hand. At the same time, 10,000 thoughts flew out from her glabella and landed on the compass. At the same time, they exploded and turned into flames that flew into the compass. Ao Wan was only an expert of the 4 lightning tribulations. Burning 10,000 thoughts at once was almost equivalent to being crippled. Therefore, when she came here in the past, she had never considered finding the array core, because if she found the array core, she would be crippled. She might even die in this void turbulence. However, it was different now. With Zhou Tong by her side, she could be at ease and burn boldly. As the 10,000 thoughts burned, the compass started to spin violently. At the same time, a model of the entire Jambu Great Formation appeared in the void. At the same time, 9 light spots appeared in the model of the formation. These were the array cores of the Jambu Great Formation. This was a 9 palaces Great Formation. Each of the 9 spaces was protected by a magic treasure. This is the Jambu Great Formation. It's a little like the Book of Luo, but it's completely different. This formation can be considered exquisite. However, it's a pity that once I understand the mysteries of the array diagram, this formation will no longer be a problem. Zhou Tong stared at the various changes in the 9 light spots of the array diagram. He was constantly deducing in his heart. Very quickly, he understood many of the mysteries of this formation like the back of his hand. Jambu Great Formation break. After seeing the workings of the formation, Zhou Tong directly punched out. A vast amount of energy attacked the 9 array cores. Along the way, It broke through all the black air currents and landed heavily on the array cores. Rumble. In that instant, the entire Jambu Great Formation started to shake violently. The 9 array cores suffered the most terrifying attack at the same time. The black air currents started to dissipate, and the entire formation could be seen clearly. It was a huge tortoiseshell with a radius of tens of miles. On the tortoiseshell, there was a 9 palaces grid. The 9 great god treasures stood in the center of each of the 9 palaces grid. This tortoise shell is the foundation of the Jambu Great Formation. Keep. Zhou Tong directly brought out his Dao Palace. It transformed into a huge door and instantly swallowed the entire Jambu Great Formation. Chapter 679. This is seeing Zhou Tong's Dao Palace. The Tianlong Dao Master's pupils constricted and he was shocked. You actually have such a supreme treasure in your hands. Did you take away the Jambu Great Formation to refine your palace? The Sky Dragon Dao Master was shocked. He had not expected to see such a king of divine treasures. Although it had not taken shape yet, it already had a supreme aura, just like the boat of destiny and the kingdom of eternity. No, there is Nephrite Heaven Myriad Spirits energy in this palace. Did you obtain the creation path scripture? The Tianlong Dao Master suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Nothing to be surprised about. It's just Nephrite Heaven Myriad Spirits energy." Zhou Tong replied casually and immediately began to blood bond with the Jambu Formation. Zhou Tong's thoughts moved, and immediately half of his thoughts flew out and landed in the 9 formation eyes of the Jambu Formation. This formation did not have spirituality like the Tathagata Kasaya. Hence, Zhou Tong only had to blood bond with it to gain control of the formation. After that, he sacrificed half of the magic treasures in the Jambu Formation and used the remaining half of the materials to form a smaller formation and integrated it into his Dao Palace. Buzz! The smaller version of the Jambu Great Formation fused into the Dao Palace, and the entire Dao Palace underwent a complete transformation. The space within the Dao Palace began to expand. The sky became higher and the ground became thicker. Most importantly, the space within the Dao Palace became more solid. There were even countless folds of space. With the main space of the Dao Palace as the main space, it formed thousands of subsidiary lesser worlds. A smaller Jambu formation is not bad. After devouring the remaining materials, they can further strengthen my primordial chaos vital energy. Zhou Tong looked at his Dao Palace and then turned his gaze to the front. As the Jambu Formation was absorbed by him, a lesser world with a radius of a few hundred miles appeared in the endless void turbulence. Through the light membrane of the lesser world, Zhou Tong could see a planet inside. One could vaguely see that there were mountains, rivers, vegetation, rivers, lakes, seas, and even islands on this planet. This was the ancient dragon graveyard guarded by the Jambu Great Formation. We finally arrived at the dragon graveyard. Aoluan, the heavenly dragon Taoist master, was rather excited. The compass had been passed down in her hands for a long time, but she had never been able to break through the outermost formation. Now, she finally saw the core of the dragon graveyard. "Let's go." Zhou Tong exhaled Zhen Qi from his hand. Suddenly, streams of Zhen Qi emitted a dazzling light that enveloped the Tianlong Dao Master. Then, Zhou Tong flew out with a thought. The two of them instantly broke through the void and appeared on the planet. I didn't expect the dragon graveyard to be a planet. Is this a middle world? Aoluan looked around curiously. She had always lived in the greater thousand world. She had been to many lesser thousand worlds, but she had never seen a middle thousand world like this. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, "It should be a natural planet. Legend has it that young god experts can transform into a middle thousand world. But that middle thousand world is a huge planet that can accommodate billions of people. Moreover, its vitality is extremely strong. It is far from what this planet can compare to." Aoluan, the master of Tianlong Taoism, was stunned for a moment before he nodded and said, "Yes, The middle world formed by the sun spirit is full of spirituality. However, although there are many animals and plants on this planet, there are no living creatures with spiritual intelligence. Moreover, the crust of this world is not thick. I'm afraid that we can break through it with a casual blow and let the underground magma seep out. Zhou Tong also casually studied it. Okay, it's time to officially head to the dragon graveyard. Aowan nodded and then headed to the other side of the planet with Zhou Tong. This place and the place they were at before were two extremes. This place was extremely cold, and the climate was abnormally cold. The ground was covered in ice and snow, and the sky was also filled with howling winds and heavy snow. There was no sign of life. It was as if this was the end of the world, and the world was frozen. The power of the snowstorm here was almost stronger than Concubine Yuan's great art of ice spirit cold light. The graveyard of the primordial dragons is the origin of this snowstorm. Zhou Tong swept his gaze and found a large ice field. The two continued to move forward and soon arrived at the ice field. They saw an ice palace in the ice field that was even more magnificent than the imperial palace of the Great Qian dynasty. Outside the palace, there were thousands of gigantic icicles. Each icicle was like a crystal-clear mountain peak. Sealed within these gigantic icicles were divine dragons. These are true dragons. Aowan was a little excited. She had the bloodline of dragons and had the body of a dragon man. Now that she suddenly saw these giant dragons, the blood in her body began to boil. There was a divine dragon sealed in each icicle. Looking at the giant dragons, the Tianlong Tao master looked at the giant dragons that exuded endless majesty, and his heart was filled with admiration. These were real dragons. They were the dragons that once ran rampant in the primordial age. They were the most tyrannical race in the Great Thousand World during the primordial age. Although they were all sealed in ice, the posture of each divine dragon seemed to explain some kind of principle between heaven and earth. One only needed to think about it slightly to form a dragon's aura in one's divine soul and suppress one's inner demons involuntarily. One only needed to study a little, and these giant dragons were living visualization pictures. In particular, the giant dragon sealed in the center of the ice palace was close to 1,000 meters long. Moreover, this magical power was golden and looked extremely noble. Every dragon scale seemed to be innately inscribed with countless talismans and words. This was the leader of the dragons, the Edisaurus of the dragons. Thousands of divine dragons, each of them hundreds of meters long. These dragons look exactly the same as the true dragons of shrouding the heavens world, but their auras are too far apart. Zhou Tong secretly shook his head in his heart. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a lizard, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, and ears like a cow. Whether it was the true dragons of the sun god world or the true dragons of the shrouding the heavens world, they all looked like this. But the real gap was still very big. As long as the true dragons of the shrouding the heavens world reached adulthood, each of them would be at least 1,000 meters long. Some gifted true dragons could even reach a length of 1,000 miles. These were the real giant dragons, and the dragons of the sun god world could only be regarded as small dragons. This is the primordial ice of the primordial water essence, which is thousands of times stronger than diamond. I didn't expect the dragon's graveyard to be like this. All the true dragons were sealed in ice by the primordial water essence. Alas, Aowan carefully looked at these true dragons, and her feelings were somewhat complicated. These were all her ancestors. Chapter 680. Do you really want to refine all of these true dragons into magic treasures? Aowan looked at Zhou Tong. There's no need for that. I'll just leave these true dragons in my Tao palace as decorations. Zhou Tong shook his head. His devouring heaven great Tao mainly devoured all kinds of minerals and godly materials. It did not have any requirements for living things. Out of these thousands of dragons, he would at most take out one or two to try out their taste. Zhou Tong had not come to the dragon graveyard for these dragons. Instead, he had come for the Jambu formation and the core of this palace, the dragon-tooth rice. Thousands of mystical dragon corpses can be made into tens of thousands of sets of peerless armor. With a little training, it will be an invincible army. You really don't want it? Ao Wan revealed a hint of surprise. Didn't he come to the dragon graveyard for the corpses of the true dragons? Did he just want to witness the greatness of the dragons? What's the use of tens of thousands of sets of armor? I'm not an emperor. I don't need any army. Wouldn't it be better to let these dragons be suppressed in my Dao Palace? Zhou Tong said leisurely. All right, let's keep all of these dragon-frozen pillars first. Zhou Tong's thoughts turned into a huge hand. He directly grabbed half of the dragon-frozen pillars and placed them in his Dao Palace. Boom! As the dragon-frozen pillars entered the Dao Palace, Zhou Tong could instantly feel that his Dao Palace had become much heavier. Especially in the entire Dao Palace, there was a majestic aura that seemed to be able to suppress all evil. This was the might of a dragon. Half of the dragon-frozen pillars contained an unimaginable amount of dragon might. When all of them were added to the Dao Palace, it was enough to cause a qualitative change in the interior environment of the Dao Palace. On the other side, seeing Zhou Tong's actions, the Tianlong Dao Master at the side also moved. Her body emitted a dazzling light, causing the entire space to become resplendent. However, in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. So heavy, she could clearly sense that her soul was like an ant next to the dragon pillars of ice. It was impossible for her to even shake a single one of them. Zhou Tong glanced at Ao Wan, shook his head, and said, "Just a small piece of primordial water essence. Primordial ice weighs over 1,000 kilograms, let alone a huge pillar. I can grab 500 dragon pillars of ice in one go, but that doesn't mean you can do the same. With your strength, you can only grab one at your peak, not to mention now that you've exhausted all your thoughts and don't have much energy left. I can only let you take him away." Ao Wan sighed and did not say anything else. Zhou Tong continued to work and quickly took away all of the dragon pillars, especially the last pillar of the Edisaurus. This Edisaurus dragon pillar of ice could be said to be the most valuable dragon pillar in the dragon graveyard. Just one of it was equivalent to 200 ordinary dragon pillars. Just as Zhou Tong pulled out the last Edisaurus dragon pillar, the entire palace immediately collapsed. An even more sturdy and huge primordial ice cube was revealed. This primordial ice cube was originally suppressed under the Edisaurus dragon pillar, and there seemed to be layers of treasure troves inside. There were many frozen grains in the treasure trove. These were the grains collected by the ancient dragons. In this world, the dragon's food was also rice, but this rice was different from ordinary rice. These were grains of rice that were 3 feet, 3 inches, and 3 centimeters long. They looked like divine swords. Dragon tooth rice. This is dragon tooth rice. The moment Ao Wan saw these grains of rice, she became excited. This is the real dragon tooth rice, the food of the dragons. Dragons don't eat meat, but dragon tooth rice that condenses the essence of heaven and earth. Whether a living creature was noble or not could be seen from its food. Meat eaters were brave and fierce. Grain eaters were intelligent and skillful. Chi eaters were gods and lived long lives. And those who did not eat were gods and immortals. The more noble the food, the more terrifying the essence of heaven and earth it contained. After eating it, one's potential and physique would be strengthened. Even a person with a weak physique would have a high chance of becoming a martial sage in the future if he grew up eating dragon tooth rice. This was because dragon tooth rice nourished the body and had no impurities. The main reason why the sacred emperor plate had fought with the dragons back then was because of dragon tooth rice. The Tianlong Dao Master was indeed very excited. Previously, she had not been able to get a share of the dragon pillar because she was not strong enough. However, this dragon tooth rice was different. As long as she could get a portion of dragon tooth rice, She could use this rice to nourish her body and break through to the human immortal realm. After her body broke through to the human immortal realm, the chi and blood of the human immortal would nourish her soul, and she would definitely improve further. Keep. Zhou Tong naturally would not let go of such a treasure. Dragon tooth rice was a wonderful thing. It needed to absorb the thunder, genuine chi of heaven and earth to grow. He was thinking of bringing some dragon tooth rice back. Maybe he could use the thunder tribulation of the shrouding heaven world to cultivate unusual dragon tooth rice. Maybe this dragon tooth rice could be compared with some spiritual herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Zhou Tong took away more than half of the dragon tooth rice and left a portion for the Tian Long Dao Master. The Tian Long Dao Master also took the rest of the dragon tooth rice. We have taken away the most valuable things in this dragon graveyard. Next is the last thing. Zhou Tong said softly. What do you mean? Is there any treasure here? The Tian Long Dao Master was surprised. This planet is the best treasure. Zhou Tong took the Tian Long Dao Master and flew up into the sky. Following that, his fist intent surged into the sky, and his body shone brilliantly. An extremely fearsome fist landed on the planet as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Amidst cracking sounds, the planet was directly blasted apart. Boom! Zhou Tong's chi and blood erupted. He was like a god of war. His fist intent was invincible. This scene almost scared the Tian Long Dao Master and Ao Wan. I have never seen a human immortal like this. Shattering a planet with one punch is definitely not the means of an ordinary human immortal. Whether it was Hong Xuanji, Monk Inu, or even Dream Shinji, none of them had such power. The Tian Long Dao Master was shocked. He is infinitely close to shattering the vacuum. Buzz. At this moment, Zhou Tong's Taoist palace flew out. Suddenly, a huge force was created from the palace. The broken planet was swept by this force and was directly absorbed into it. Gold, silver, copper, iron, mica, everything valuable in the entire middle world was completely taken away by the Taoist palace. It was not only this planet. When Zhou Tong returned from the dragon graveyard to the Great Thousand World, he also swept all the way. The land, meteorites, and everything in the turbulent space were crushed by the divine power and genuine chi emitted by the Taoist palace. The most valuable minerals were extracted and stored in the Taoist palace. Chapter 681. Your palace is becoming more and more majestic. It already has the aura of the boat of destiny and the eternal kingdom. Looking at the Taoist palace that was constantly being filled with various minerals, Ao Wan's face revealed a trace of amazement. Even though she had never truly entered the palace, she could tell, just by looking at the items collected by the palace, that after the trip to the dragon graveyard, the palace had definitely become even more terrifying. It was close to the legendary boat of fortune and the kingdom of eternity. As long as the lightning pool was condensed, this palace would become another king of divine artifacts. But it's a pity that you don't have a lightning pool in your palace. Ao Wan looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, That's right. What my Taoist palace lacks now is a lightning pool. Ao Wan said, Forming an alliance with you is a good choice. The soil used to grow the dragon tooth rice is very strict. It must be refined 5-colored soil. The water used to water the dragon tooth rice must also be jade spring water. At the same time, you must control the lightning life force and the essence of the sun and moon. The 5-colored soil and jade spring water are easy to obtain. On our way back from the dragon graveyard, we have already collected enough materials and can easily refine them. But the key is the lightning life force. The best way is to refine a lightning pool and use the power of the lightning pool to refine the lightning life force. You have the Taoist palace, and now you need a lightning pool. You can refine a brand new king of divine artifacts. Let's not bother about the lightning pool for now. Let's go to my Taoist palace and refine enough 5-colored soil and jade spring water first. As for the lightning life force, we'll talk about it next spring. Zhou Tong, said after pondering for a while. Aoluan nodded and followed Zhou Tong into the Taoist palace. The formula for the five-colored soil and jade spring water was not very difficult. Even a ghost immortal who had passed the lightning tribulation could easily refine it. Moreover, Zhou Tong had already collected countless materials. These materials were left behind by the Great Zen Temple, the Great Qian Dynasty's treasury, the mining sect on the Wasteland continent, and the materials collected on the way back from the Dragon Graveyard. However, because they were farming, the demand for the five-colored soil and jade spring water was greater. Therefore, the two of them spent a full month to refine all the five-colored soil and jade spring water. With the successful refinement of the five-colored soil and jade spring water, Zhou Tong's Dao Palace had an additional 30 acres of farmland. The soil in the farmland was black, white, red, yellow, and green. The soil also exuded the fragrance of the earth. Beside the farmland was a small pond. The water in this pond was like 10,000-year-old stalactite. It was very viscous and exuded a rich fragrance. Above the farmland, Zhou Tong also used a true sun flame to condense a huge fire core, which was equivalent to a small sun. The farmland is finally complete. Next, we just have to wait for the Chi of Thunder to appear, and we can plant the seeds. Looking at the five-colored farmland, Tianlong Dao Master Aoluan revealed a satisfied expression. It's already late winter. It's only about 2 months away from spring. Zhou Tong said softly, "Let's wait here. If you're willing, you can stay in my Dao Palace to cultivate." "You're really willing to let me stay here to cultivate?" Aoluan was pleasantly surprised. In fact, the moment she entered the palace, she sensed that it contained an extremely mysterious Great Way. It was vaguely similar to the Great Way of the Great Zen Temple, but more profound and unfathomable. Not only that, but the palace also contained the creation paths, heavenly spiritual energy, azure sky great energy, and even the central Wuji hollow great energy. What was more frightening was that there were thousands of frozen dragon pillars, which contained the unique dragon's chi. For Aoluan, who had the body of a dragon man, this was undoubtedly an excellent place to cultivate. In addition, there were many miscellaneous genuine chis and powers. These things were also extremely profound and beneficial to cultivation. If you're willing to stay, I have no reason to refuse. The Dao skills of the Tianlong sect are exquisite and profound. Why don't we sit down and discuss it? Zhou Tong invited Aoluan. That's great. Aoluan's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In these 2 months, some of Aoluan's knowledge and Dao skills had greatly enriched Zhou Tong's foundation, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of Dao skills and martial arts in this world. At the same time, in these 2 months, he had been constantly devouring some divine materials and minerals stored in his Taoist palace to further improve the quality of his primordial genuine chi. In fact, in these 2 months, he had spent most of his time devouring all kinds of divine materials. After all, he needed time to digest them. After devouring enough precious minerals, the divine striking stone would often fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. Just like the divine striking stone of Huang Tian Emperor in the perfect world, it often fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Tong was born from the divine fetus of the divine striking stone. Naturally, he would not fall into a deep sleep like the divine striking stone, but he needed a certain amount of time to digest the minerals and divine materials. Although it's still very vague, I can already sense the location of 87 aperture points. I only need the last 12 aperture points to complete it, Zhou Tong said softly. The more he devoured, the more he could sense the location of the 99 aperture points in the ground. After devouring half of all the treasures in the Jambu Great Formation and countless rare treasures found along the way in the void turbulence, Zhou Tong could now sense the location of 87 aperture points. I only need 12 aperture points and 7 more lightning tribulations to be able to shatter the void. In such a short time, even if the masters of thought gave Hong Yi a cheat, he would not be able to catch up to me. Zhou Tong did not feel nervous at all. Instead, he was filled with calmness. In the original work, Hong Yi had risen to invincibility in only 6 years. Now, although the masters of thought had become one in advance, he did not have so many treasures and opportunities. No matter how fast he cultivated, he would still need 2 to 3 years to become a talent. During this period, Zhou Tong could already shatter the void. Calculating the time, the first heavenly thunder of spring is about to descend. Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the sky, only to see that it was gradually darkening. Soon, a light drizzle fell from the sky. Rumble! A series of claps of thunder rolled across the sky. Bolts of lightning cut through the void like divine swords and slithered through the pitch-black clouds like snakes. With my foundation, passing 7 or even 8 stages of lightning tribulation won't be a problem at all. Zhou Tong looked at the sky. This time, I might as well pass 8 stages of lightning tribulation in one go. With that thought, Zhou Tong's soul consciousness flew out of his body and floated towards the dark clouds in the sky. Chapter 682. Zhou Tong's divine soul once again entered the thunder tribulation. Because he had already passed through the first 6 thunder tribulations, it was easy for him to pass through them. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong had already arrived at the end of the 6th-stage lightning tribulation. In particular, his terrifying speed of tribulation transcendence and his vast spirit undulations that were as deep as an abyss had even directly shattered the first 6 stages of tribulation. From a distance, it was as if a huge hole had appeared in the thunderclouds. Even if an expert who was preparing to pass through the 7th thunder tribulation wanted to enter the first 6 thunder tribulations again, he had to be careful, for fear of any problems. No one dared to ignore the first 6 thunder tribulations like Zhou Tong and directly reach the end of the 6th thunder tribulation. The gate of creation. I see it again. Zhou Tong looked at the end of the 6th thunder tribulation, the mysterious and unpredictable gate of creation that was condensed by lightning. As long as he broke through this gate and successfully passed through the thunder tribulation behind it, he would be able to advance to the 7th thunder tribulation realm of Ghost Immortal, which was the Creator. My martial path has almost come to an end, but the path of the young god in this world starts from the 7th stage of the lightning tribulation. Only then can one be considered a true expert. Zhou Tong's soul did not stop at all as it directly crashed into the gate of creation. Boom! Almost in an instant, this mysterious and unpredictable gate of creation was directly shattered by Zhou Tong. The gate of creation shattered, and Zhou Tong entered the circle of the 7th lightning tribulation. Almost in an instant, there was an endless amount of lightning zhenqi gushing towards him like a river bursting through a dam. It was vast and mighty, and it flowed for thousands of miles. The power of these 7 stages of tribulation lightning was incomparably terrifying. It was like metal that had been completely melted. It constantly boiled in the void and madly surged towards Zhou Tong. The flame-like power instantly enveloped all of Zhou Tong's thoughts, as if it wanted to completely crush them. As expected of the thunder tribulation of the 7th thunder tribulation, it's really powerful. Is this the power of the Creator? Thunder that contains the power of heaven and earth's creation. Zhou Tong sensed the lightning for a while. Then, his face turned serious, and he shouted, "However, this kind of lightning tribulation can't do anything to me. My will is the will to devour the heavens, invade the creation of the sun and moon, and devour the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even if it's thunder, it's only my food. Swallow, 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 swallow." Zhou Tong's thoughts went berserk at this moment. Like a Tao Tai, he opened his mouth and devoured the thunderbolts of the 7-fold thunder tribulation to his heart's content, constantly devouring the fortune of heaven and earth. While devouring, Zhou Tong also felt countless principles of the world frantically pouring into his soul. These principles contain the most profound mysteries of the Yang spirit world. Zhou even vaguely seemed to hear endless gods and devils beginning to awaken, constantly whispering, roaring, and shouting in his ears. There was only one purpose for all of this, and that was to make Zhou give up the thunder tribulation. There is no doubt that this was the torture of the sevenfold thunder tribulation on the soul of the person undergoing the tribulation. As long as the will was slightly weak, it would immediately be destroyed by the countless awakened gods and devils. Of course, Zhou was naturally not like this. He had already made full preparations. A mere sevenfold thunder tribulation could do nothing to him. However, this sevenfold thunder tribulation is somewhat similar to the thunder tribulation of the shrouding the heavens world. Even if the world is different, the principles are still somewhat similar. Zhou said silently in his heart. The thunder tribulation of the shrouding the heavens world evolved the great Tao of the cultivators who once existed between heaven and earth. It evolved the traces left behind by the location of the person undergoing the tribulation. The gods and devils that evolved from the sevenfold thunder tribulation of the Yang spirit world were also evolved from the will of the earth. They were the sole wills of many gods and devils that once existed in ancient times. Of course, there were some differences. The thunder tribulation of the shrouding the heavens world evolved the great Tao of the cultivators in history, while the thunder tribulation of the Yang spirit world evolved the spiritual will of the cultivators. In fact, the principle of the tribulation is the same, that is, eat, eat, eat. Every thought of Zhou was like a black hole devouring the will of these gods and devils. However, the number of gods and devils in ancient times was so huge that even if a part of them was devoured, there would be more and more powerful wills. There were even existences that were not weaker than the ancient divine emperor in the Middle Ages. However, Zhou was not moved at all. He just coldly and mercilessly swallowed them one by one. With the integration of the thunder tribulation, Zhou thoughts were constantly expanding. Every thought seemed to have become the size of a small mountain. The qi of creation of the sevenfold thunder tribulation, the powerful killing Zhen qi, all of these were swallowed up and transformed into Zhou own strength. There was no period of weakness at all. The huge accumulation completely turned into his strength at this moment. Each of the 129,600 thoughts was the size of a small mountain, and each of them was an incomparably stable minor kiliocosm. At the same time, Zhou felt at this time that after absorbing the thunder tribulation Jinqi of the sevenfold thunder tribulation, he had comprehended the real mystery of creation. I see, this is the mystery of creation, creating life out of thin air. Zhou at this moment understood many truths that he had never understood before. This was the most mysterious thing in the world, the mystery of life. Zhou had never seen this kind of thing even in the shrouding the heavens world. At this moment of enlightenment, Zhou had an indescribable sense of excitement. He felt that given a period of time, he could create a race out of thin air, just like the legendary Nuwa created humans. The Dream God machine has the 9 flame dragon. Then I'll refine the ice soul frost dragon. Almost instantly, Zhou understood how to use the 9 fiery dragons of the Dream God machine. He then modified it to form the frost dragon, which was the opposite of the 9 fiery dragons. Into the era, ice soul frost light, heaven and earth extinction, boom. Zhou mind instantly connected with the most original cold air between heaven and earth. Suddenly, the thunder clouds in the sky paused. It was as if the thunder and lightning were frozen by the cold air. Then, the extreme cold air quickly condensed in the center, finally turning into 9 fist-sized pills that radiated cold light in all directions. These 9 pills were like 9 condensed lunar stars, exuding an endless amount of ice and coldness. One could even see the power of extermination and ice surging within it. At this time, Zhou casually reached out, and a burst of creation power burst out and fell into the 9 pills. Then dash roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded in an instant. The 9 pills turned into 9 ice blue divine dragons that roamed in the sky. There were a total of 9 ice soul frost dragons. They shook their bodies and turned into 9 burly men. However, although they looked like burly men, they didn't have any gender organs. The ice soul frost dragon greets the master. The 9 ice soul frost dragons were all psychic. When they saw Zhou Tong, they knelt down and roared. No gender. It's not that easy to understand the mysteries of creation. Zhou Tong looked at the 9 ice soul frost dragons in front of him and waved his hand, sending them back to his Tao palace. If I can create a dragon that has both male and female gender and can reproduce, then I'll have reached the legendary level of creation by Nuwa. I'm still far from that. Zhou Tong shook his head. However, he knew that it would be difficult for him to reach that stage. This was because the so-called master of creation level was directly injected into him by the lightning tribulations. If he wanted to improve further, he didn't know how long it would take him. Chapter 683. The 7th lightning tribulation has been completed. Next is the 8th lightning tribulation. Zhou Tong didn't think much about it. His divine soul almost instantly entered the circle of the 8th lightning tribulation. As soon as he entered, Zhou Tong's divine soul directly swallowed the power of the 8th lightning tribulation in large mouthfuls, comprehending the mysteries within. The moment he came into contact with this lightning tribulation, Zhou Tong understood what this lightning tribulation represented. Primordial spirit. The 8th lightning tribulation was a process of refining one's soul to become a god. After the 7th lightning tribulation, the divine soul's thoughts would be fixed at exactly 129,600. This number was the number of 1 yuan. The 8th lightning tribulation was to refine one's soul to become a god, completely refining this 1 yuan of thought into a god. 1 yuan of thought to become a god, which was the primordial spirit. Zhou Tong devoured the power of the heavenly tribulation to his heart's content. The mysteries of this world's primordial spirit were all displayed in the mystery of this lightning tribulation. The 129,600 thoughts in Zhou Tong's divine soul were constantly combining and arranging, evolving and transforming. Each thought was like a world of mountains and rivers, and also like a star chart, brilliant and glorious, containing the mysteries of heaven and earth. At this time, Zhou Tong had refined his soul to become a god. What he refined was not the karma primordial spirit of the past Amitabha Sutra, nor was it the eternal night primordial spirit of the mysterious heaven dark record, nor was it the creation primordial spirit recorded in the creation heavenly book. It was his own sky-devouring primordial spirit. This was the primordial spirit produced by his own sky-devouring great way to the extreme. It was also his own great way of the sun spirit. I see, this is the so-called primordial spirit of this world. It is completely different from the usual primordial spirit. Zhou Tong said silently in his heart. There is also a primordial spirit in the shrouding heaven world, but the primordial spirit in the shrouding heaven world referred to a person's divine soul. After cultivation, the divine soul that could leave the body could be called a primordial spirit. The divine soul of a mighty person was called a primordial spirit. The divine soul of a saint could also be called a primordial spirit, and the divine soul of a great emperor could also be called a primordial spirit. This was a very broad term, but in the sun spirit world, the so-called primordial spirit meant that the divine soul had become a god. When one's divine soul became a god, it also meant that one's soul had become a god. At this stage of cultivation, it could be said that the soul already possessed a trace of the characteristics of a living being. What characteristics did a living being have? The most basic thing was reproduction. The so-called primordial spirit of the yang spirit world was the initial stage of reaching such a level. It allowed the spirit to become similar to the physical body, possessing substance and reaching the standard of reproduction. And in this world, When the primordial spirit was cultivated to the limit, it was the so-called yang spirit. The divine soul turns into a god and finally refines all the yin dregs to advance to the yang god. This is actually the gradual evolution of the divine soul, and finally, it evolves into a living being. Zhou Tong carefully pondered the Tao of the primordial spirit, and he gained more and more insights. Starting from the Seventh Thunder Tribulation, the cultivation method of a yang spirit world came into contact with things that the cultivation method of the shrouding heaven world could not touch. Every time he advanced, he would gain an unprecedented experience. Actually, this kind of thing is somewhat similar to the Tao Palace Gods in the Shrouding Heaven method, and also somewhat similar to the Grotto Heaven Divine Embryo in the Chaotic Ancient method. Zhou Tong pondered for a while, and finally this thought flashed through his mind. The Tao Palace Gods in the Shrouding Heaven method were extremely mysterious. In the Tao Palace of many cultivators, there would be 5 gods of the 5 elements. These gods could be materialized and could even go out to kill enemies. But on the other hand, these things also had flaws. They could not compare to the yang spirit way of the yang spirit world because these gods were, after all, only born from the Tao Palace or the Grotto Heaven spirit essence, just like the living beings of the yang spirit world. However, the 8th Thunder Tribulation has passed. It's time to go back. Zhou Tong looked in the direction of the 9th Thunder Tribulation and said silently in his heart, he could also pass the 9th Thunder Tribulation, but after that, he would definitely fall into a period of weakness. His current foundation was not at the level where he could pass the 9th Thunder Tribulation without injury. However, just as Zhou Tong was about to leave, a trace of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. He abruptly turned his head and looked at the circle of the 9th Thunder Tribulation again. Rumble. In an instant, all the thunder clouds in the circle of the 9th Thunder Tribulation suddenly dissipated, as if a sea of thunder had been pushed aside by something. The whole thunder had dissipated by a lot. Then, the thunder that had been pushed aside and belonged to the 9th Thunder Tribulation formed a staircase out of thin air. Then, a person walked down the staircase step by step. This person's whole body was one with the Thunder Tribulation, as if he was completely integrated into the sea of thunder. At the same time, there was a kind of cold and ruthless idea that completely enveloped him. It looked like this person was the incarnation of heaven, like the cold and ruthless way of heaven, overlooking the universe. Even the 9th Thunder Tribulation is so obedient. Is he an existence of the 9th Thunder Tribulation? Zhou Tong was a little surprised. He did not expect to see a 9th Thunder Tribulation ghost immortal at this time. I did not expect that the person who killed my 9 fire dragon back then was an unknown person like you. I also did not expect that you could pass the 8th Thunder Tribulation. The world is so big. There are indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The person walked down the staircase of the 9th Thunder Tribulation and said slowly. His aura was as if everything in the world was in his hands, and everything was a toy in his hands. Dream God Machine? Zhou Tong was shocked. He did not expect it to be the Dream God Machine. It was also his first time seeing the Dream God Machine. Before this, he did not know the Dream God Machine at all. If it was not for his cold and ruthless nature and the 9 fire dragon that he mentioned, Zhou Tong would not have recognized him. Dream God Machine, if I remember correctly, you should be in the weak stage of the 8th Thunder Tribulation. When did you pass the 9th Thunder Tribulation? And how did you find me? Zhou Tong was a little serious. The Dream God Machine's expression was cold as it said, looks like you have been in seclusion all this time and do not know what has happened in the outside world. Now that the world has reached the most critical period, the era of Yi Ding's revolution, the appearance of the Book of Changes has benefited me greatly. Once the Dream God Machine said this, Zhou Tong's heart trembled. So that's how it is. That's how it is. At this moment, Zhou Tong completely understood that everything was the doing of the great philosophers. Zhou Tong had no doubt that the 100 sages had long created the Book of Changes, because in the original work, the culmination of Hong Yi's great Tao was the Nirvana Bridge, which happened to be the arrangement of the 100 sages countless years ago. The philosophers allowed the Book of Changes to appear in the world earlier and strengthened everyone. This was equivalent to allowing all the strong people in the world to serve as the vanguard. The Dream God Machine that was here today was the first wave. As for how the Dream God Machine found this place, the Book of Changes was very good at divination, so it was normal for the Dream God Machine to deduce some clues. Chapter 684. However, Dream Shinji, do you really think that you can take me down just because you've passed through the 9 tribulations? After Zhou Tong thought things through, he turned around and looked at the Dream Shinji. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Since the great philosophers had already made their move, and since the Dream God Machine had come knocking on his door, Zhou Tong no longer hid anything. At this moment, his warlike nature was completely exposed. The Dream God Machine also seemed to be very curious about Zhou Tong's transformation. This battle intent did not seem like something that a cultivator who had been hiding his true nature could possess. Dream God Machine, I wonder if your eternal kingdom has been fixed. If it hasn't been fixed, perhaps you won't be able to participate in this revolution in the future. As Zhou Tong spoke, his body began to expand. A terrifying battle intent that seemed to dominate the heavens and earth erupted from him. In that instant, Zhou Tong seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war. His battle intent surged, and even the lightning in the void was pushed back by his battle intent. What a strong battle intent! However, an 8-stage tribulation ghost immortal is no match for my 9th-stage tribulation lightning. The dream god was completely unfazed by Zhou Tong's overwhelming battle intent. You're still far from being a young god and a ghost immortal. Fine, I'll give you a hand today and help you transcend the 9 stages of tribulation lightning. As soon as he finished speaking, the dream god mech's clothes disappeared into the void. With a thought, a layer of explosive lightning was activated within the 9 waves of lightning tribulations. It swept towards Zhou Tong in an earth-shattering manner. A cultivator who had passed a 9-stage tribulation lightning had already grasped all the mysteries of lightning and could completely control the tribulation lightning. Now, the Dream God Machine was using the power of the 9-stage tribulation lightning to forcefully push Zhou Tong through the 9-stage tribulation lightning. He could already tell that Zhou Tong had just passed in 8-stage tribulation lightning. Although he was not in a weakened state, the 9-stage tribulation lightning was different. Once the true chi of the 9-stage tribulation lightning surrounded him, he would definitely be in a weakened state. To the Dream God Machine, activating lightning was the easiest way to deal with an opponent. 9-stage tribulation lightning, yin-yang tribulation, fortune tribulation, immeasurable calamity. This lightning is much more terrifying than any other lightning. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Book of Changes, I'm afraid I would still be in a weakened state. The Dream Shinji sighed in his heart. Fortunately, the Book of Changes had appeared. This gave him the perfect opportunity to get rid of a powerful enemy. Boom! At that very moment, the incomparably terrifying 9-level lightning tribulation had completely enveloped Zhou Tong. And at this moment, a stream of light instantly broke through the lightning and appeared beside Zhou Tong. These were his human immortal fleshly body and his Tao Palace. Even though Zhou Tong's physical body was not controlled by his spiritual soul, he still punched out with his fist, breaking apart the 9 levels of thunder calamity that was enveloping Zhou Tong's spiritual soul. Thereafter, his spiritual soul quickly fused back into his physical body. Meng Shinji, you've disappointed me. I thought that you would have the guts to fight me after passing the 9-stage lightning tribulation, but you actually used something like the lightning tribulation. After his spiritual soul returned to his body, Zhou Tong opened his eyes and said softly, "However, how can a mere 9-level lightning tribulation do anything to my body that's infinitely close to breaking through the vacuum?" Boom! As Zhou Tong spoke, his body trembled slightly. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying force descended. The moment the lightning in the 9-level lightning tribulation touched Zhou Tong's physical body, it immediately dissipated into the void. Human immortal body, infinite transformations. The Dream Shinji's expression finally changed. He no longer had the aura that he previously had. His expression also became extremely serious. This opponent was not just an 8-level ghost immortal. His martial Dao cultivation was far above his spiritual soul cultivation. He had actually cultivated to the infinite transformations realm. The Dream Shinji had already been reincarnated many times. He already knew the location of all the acupuncture points in the human body. Therefore, he was confident that he could cultivate to the flesh derivation realm. However, the infinite transformations realm was something that he could not imagine. That's right, it's the infinite transformations realm. Zhou Tong roared. All the acupuncture points in his body vibrated at the same time. Boundless true qi exploded out in an instant. This was the simplest and purest way to break through. He forcefully used his qi and divine force to combine with the invincible fist intent to attack. This move was extremely powerful. Every stream of true qi was like a torrential river that surged towards the Dream Shinji. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Facing Zhou Tong's ferocious qi and fist intent, the Dream Shinji's eyes no longer had any human emotions. At this moment, his eyes became empty. It was completely indifferent, as if it carried the will of the heavens. It was as if the heavens were heartless and treated all things as dogs. This was the highest realm of the most high Dao technique, most high unruffled. Under Zhou Tong's ferocious fist intent, the Dream Shinji finally revealed its true nature. The moment these 13 words left his mouth, his body seemed to have turned into a true pillar. He barely managed to stabilize himself under Zhou Tong's fist intent. Most high third technique, twisting heaven and earth. After that, the dream god mech finally moved. It took a step forward, and with a shake of its hands, it pulled on a rope. True energy surged out of it, filling the air with fist energy, palm shadows, and sound. Zhou Tong's true energy, as well as his invincible fist intent, were all blocked in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! Then, the Dream Shinji's 5 fingers were like dragon claws. His palms were concave as he grabbed towards Zhou Tong. This grab seemed to have completely suppressed the space around Zhou Tong. Without a doubt, this was a combination of Dao technique and martial arts. The foundation of the most high Dao was the universe and Ian scriptures. As the sect master of the most high Dao, Meng Shinji was also the most talented sect master. Naturally, he had comprehended many of the true profundities of the most high Dao. The universe and Ian scriptures Dao technique might be able to be converted into martial arts. This grab of his contained the traces of the great Dao from the universe and Ian scriptures. The mysteries of the universe and Ian scriptures? It's useless. In front of me, any Dao technique or Dao technique is useless. In this world, I am invincible. I can break through all Dao techniques with my strength. Break for me. Break. Break. Zhou Tong's body trembled slightly. His god power instantly exploded. A power that was infinitely close to shattering space directly tore the void apart. Then, Zhou Tong simply threw out a punch. Boom! Although it was only a single punch, it seemed like a large expanse of space was about to be blasted apart. The terrifying fist intent crushed through space, and even space and time began to wail as if they were unable to bear the burden. This was Zhou Tong's most terrifying punch. It was the essence of his devouring heaven Dao. The divine striking stone devoured countless minerals and divine materials. After combining all their characteristics into one, it gave birth to a terrifying power. The seemingly small punch had a vast divine power that could suppress everything. The power of a worldly immortal was fully displayed at this moment. Chapter 685. As expected of the ever-changing worldly immortal. This punch can even affect space-time. Although this punch looks small, It contains the power to swallow the heavens and the seas. The dream Shinji's expression changed once again. It had not seen such a powerful opponent for many years. Even the leader of the heavens beyond heaven might not be able to reach such a level of power. Most importantly, this person was not just a martial artist. He was a ghostly immortal with an 8-stage lightning tribulation. Facing Zhou Tong's punch, the dream Shinji's clothes seemed to shake along with the space-time. It was like a flag in the middle of a hurricane, flapping loudly. It was just the wind from the punch, but it was already so powerful. As Zhou Tong punched out, the sea of space and the long river of time were suppressed by this terrifying fist intent. If it were an ordinary ghost immortal of 9 tribulation, he would have been completely suppressed and unable to move before the fist intent reached him. However, Meng Shinji was different. He was the leader of the most high path and also the most powerful person in the world who had dominated the world for hundreds of years. He had the orthodoxy of the sun god expert, Tai, and the king of divine artifacts, the kingdom of eternity. Zhou Tong's punch was vast and boundless. However, the dream Shinji's eternal light only appeared on the surface of the dream Shinji's body. It quickly broke through the suppression of the punch. At the same time, it struck out with an even more powerful punch. Most supreme, 3 moves. Turning the tide. Suddenly, the dream Shinji used the move turning the tide. Both of its palms were wrapped in the eternal light. It fiercely collided with Zhou Tong's punch. Boom, boom, boom. An explosive sound rang out as the fist and palm collided. The void exploded and countless streams of air burst out from the confrontation between the two of them. The air burst outwards and the entire lightning space trembled along with this attack. Within the lightning tribulation circle, the vast sea of lightning seemed to have been pushed away by this attack. A vast sea of lightning was swept up. Dream Shinji, you're too arrogant. Your main cultivation is the ghostly immortal Tao. You dare to fight me in close combat? You're courting death. Zhou Tong enunciated each word clearly, but after he finished speaking, his fist intent soared again. Heaven and earth were shocked by this incomparably strong fist intent, and the thunder was completely suppressed. The dream god machine's body radiated with eternal light, and with the power to turn the tide, it mysteriously escaped from Zhou Tong's fist intent and abruptly took a step back. Move. After the dream god machine escaped, he coldly snorted. A dazzling saber that looked like time flew out from his forehead. Heaven's will is like a blade. Time is like a blade. Kill. Following the voice of the dream god machine, the blade that contained the power of time slashed towards Zhou Tong. This saber looked somewhat illusory, as if the saber's physical body could not be found in the universe, but it contained a sense of the passage of time. When this saber slashed down, it carried with it a supreme will of the heavenly Tao that could not be defied or resisted. This is the 3 moves of the most supreme. Zhou Tong looked at the saber slashing down, and a merciless concept of time appeared in his eyes. It's a little similar to my will of the heavenly Tao, but this will of the heavenly Tao is closer to the immortal emperor. Zhou Tong silently compared in his heart. The cold and merciless will of the heavenly Tao. I'll show you my Tao. A speck of dust can fill the sea. Zhou Tong punched again. Boom. This punch was incomparably small, and it looked like an ordinary person's fist. Compared to the 3 moves of the most supreme that contained the power of time, it was child's play. However, it was such a punch that completely distorted the long river of time. When it collided with the blade of time, it actually broke the blade of time that could cut through everything in an instant. Crash! Almost instantly, the river of time was broken, and the terrifying power of time exploded. One of the 3 moves of the most supreme that had been passed down for countless years in the most supreme path was completely destroyed in an instant. In an instant, they exchanged blows. The dream god machine was at a disadvantage. Saber of heaven's will, saber of universe, come out together. The dream god machine's cold and merciless voice rang out once again. He seemed to be frightened by Zhou Tong's attack. and he took out the remaining 2 sabers at the same time. One saber flew out from the center of his head. The other saber flew out from his dantian in his lower abdomen. Of the 2 sabers, one had no shape at all, and it was an invisible saber. It only had a faint shadow, and it was like the will of the heavens, unfathomable. As for the other saber, it had the shape of a pagoda. It was as if it had been completely refined, and it was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through the universe and the void. The remaining 2 sabers of the 3 moves of the Most Supreme were taken out by the Dream God Machine. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed, and the void rumbled. It was as if the supreme ruler of the heavens had appeared, and everything in the universe had submitted to him. At this moment, saber chi filled the air, and countless amounts of elemental energy were absorbed by the saber light, and then completely became a part of the saber light. It's useless. Your Tao is the cold and merciless will of the heavens. You claim to control the will of the heavens, and you're high above. My Tao is the weak body that can swallow the heavens, and it's the perfect counter to you. Zhou Tong's voice rumbled out, and he punched out again and forcefully clashed with the remaining 2 sabers of the Dream God Machine. Boom! On one side was the cold and merciless saber, and on the other side was the supreme fist that could swallow the heavens. These were 2 completely opposite wills, and now that they had clashed, the void rippled, and the river of time was cut off. This clash wasn't just a clash of strength, but also a clash of their minds and wills. However, Zhou Tong's will was tempered by tens of thousands of years of experience in the shrouded heaven realm. In the next moment, dash, Kacha! The saber of heaven's will and the saber of universe cried out, and their saber chi was completely swallowed by Zhou Tong's fist will, and the 2 sabers instantly exploded. In the end, I still won. Zhou Tong stood proudly in the sea of lightning, and in front of him were the 3 broken sabers. But there was no trace of the Dream God Machine in front of him. Decisive, you gave up on the 3 sabers and chose to escape. But it doesn't matter. After losing this chance, you won't have another chance to plot against me. Zhou Tong said softly. There was a big difference between Zhou Tong and the cultivators of this world, and that was that he was in a state where he could leave at any time, so he didn't have any competition with the others. He wouldn't insist on destroying his opponent just because their Tao was different from his. He didn't know what the future of the Dream God Machine, and he didn't care as long as it didn't block his path. Also, your 3 sabers contained the true essence of the most high path. Zhou Tong waved his sleeves, and the 3 broken sabers were all in front of him, and he devoured them. He silently began to comprehend the most high path's heaven's will and understanding of the universe. Chapter 686. After a long time, Zhou Tong finally opened his eyes. Only 6 of the last 12 acupoints are left. Zhou Tong said softly. The Dream Divine Machine's most supreme 3 blades had been cultivated by the former sun God Expert Tai. Therefore, after devouring these 3 blades, Zhou Tong had improved further. He could sense 6 more acupoints of the earth, reaching a total of 93. Moreover, after passing the 8th stage of the lightning tribulation, my sense of the acupoints of the earth has become much clearer. Zhou Tong only needed to sense a little before he immediately sensed the positions of the 93 acupoints that he had grasped. Moreover, his senses were countless times clearer now. He could feel that as long as he wanted, these 93 acupoints could instantly fly back to his body from the heavens and earth and increase his strength. There's no hurry. It's only 93 acupoints. If I directly return them to 1 now, I still have 6 acupoints left and can't crush the vacuum. On the other hand, if I return them to 1 now, there will definitely be a huge commotion. When the time comes, it will benefit the sky beyond heaven. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then temporarily gave up on retrieving the 93 acupoints. According to the description of the original work, once the acupoints of the earth returned, it would definitely be sensed by other martial artists who had cultivated to a certain level. It might even guide them to crush the vacuum. At that time, he would not be able to crush the vacuum. Instead, he would create a few more opponents. That would be troublesome. After the surprise attack of the Dream Divine Machine, Zhou Tong already understood that the tricks that the 100 sages had done in this world were far beyond his imagination. Most importantly, the 100 sages had once traveled to the sky beyond heaven. Who knew what kind of backup plans they had left behind there? If he were to retrieve the 93 acupoints in advance, there was a high probability that someone in the sky beyond heaven would directly use the huge commotion caused by the return of the acupoints to directly sense the location of all the acupoints and crush the vacuum. But now, I should condense the lightning pool first. Zhou Tong did not think too much. He did not even leave the thunder tribulation space. Instead, he sat quietly in the thunder clouds, allowing the lightning to surround his body. However, it did not harm him at all. The hilt of the Pan Huang life sword, the remaining half of the boat of destiny, the other half of the most supreme 3 blades, and the various materials I found during this period of time. Zhou Tong's palm slightly shook, and all of these materials suddenly shattered, transforming into several extremely terrifying true qi. These true qis intertwined with each other, took shape, and flashed with an extremely special light. At the same time, Zhou Tong also poured his unique primordial true qi into it, unifying all of his true qi, devouring the heavens and devouring the earth, the 129,600 apertures of the body, the 129,600 thoughts of the gods, along with the genuine qi. Zhou Tong's thoughts also flew out and directly integrated into the 2 masses of genuine qi. His thoughts carried the forging method of the 3 great thunder pools of the creation path, the Great Thunder Pool, the Hollow Thunder Pool, and the Real Thunder Pool. At the same time, it also carried his own comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Tao and the universe profound meaning of the Supreme Tao. Following Zhou Tong's thought, all the spiritual qi fused into one in an instant and turned into mysterious and unfathomable runes. Countless formations slowly took shape. One could see that a thunder pool was gradually manifesting. I haven't really shattered the vacuum, so this thunder pool still has some flaws. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, it can be further improved. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while, and then continued to refine it. In the end, it condensed into a lightning pool in the shape of a rock. This was exactly the same as the initial form of the divine striking stone. Countless rays of light flickered on the rock, and each ray of light was a transformation of a rune. There were a total of 129,600 rune transformations, which was the number of the heavenly cycle. Inside this stone-like thunder pool, there was a strange round pool, faintly. The shape of this pool was vaguely similar to the embryonic form of the divine stone's spiritual embryo before Zhou Tong was born. However, this embryonic form was not real, and it was somewhat illusory. Moreover, one could see that in the illusory embryonic clay pot noodle, there were a total of 129,000 light spots, which shone like stars in the night sky. All of this made this embryonic form look like a cluster of nebula. These 129,000 light spots were all the acupuncture points that Zhou Tong knew. He was only missing the last 6 acupuncture points, so now this thunder pool was only missing the last 600 acupuncture points. Wong, Wong, Wong! The moment this thunder pool was condensed, the array inside immediately started to operate, and it directly let out an earth-shattering sound. This sound was simply like a great god that was about to split the heavens and earth open, waking up from a deep sleep. Sky-swallowing thunder pool. Zhou Tong casually gave his thunder pool a name. With a thought, Zhou Tong immediately raised the thunder pool and activated the array. Suddenly, streaks of lightning, lightning dragons, and lightning snakes swarmed into the Tao Palace from the outside, and then into the thunder pool. As endless lightning entered the Tao Palace was like rain after a long drought, crazily swallowing the endless terrifying lightning in the thunder pool. After the lightning was absorbed, It immediately started to be broken down and transformed into the purest vitality, which spewed out from the thunder pool and started to nourish the entire Dao Palace. Next is to plant the dragon-tooth rice. This is a good opportunity to try this. Let's plant 900 of them first. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and immediately the dragon-tooth rice were like swords that stabbed into the five-colored soil. He had obtained a total of 1,000 dragon-tooth rice from the dragon graveyard. But since it was his first time planting it, he wanted to leave some for himself, just in case. As the dragon-tooth rice was planted, the thunder pool started to make a loud, buzzing sound, and the purest vitality of the lightning instantly landed on the farmland. At the same time, Zhou Tong also poured the jade spring water on the dragon-tooth rice. Suddenly, the dragon-tooth rice planted in the five-colored soil started to grow. One could see that the part of the dragon-tooth rice that was planted in the soil started to take root, and the part on the ground started to sprout emerald green shoots. In an instant, a fragrance spread throughout the entire space. This fragrance had a kind of vitality aura, and even Zhou Tong felt a lot more relaxed after smelling it. He felt that the genuine qi in his body had become more lively. As expected of the food of the ancient celestial dragon, if these things can be brought back to the shrouding sky world and absorb the lightning of the shrouding sky world, I really don't know what kind of treasure it will grow into. Zhou Tong was a little surprised. The effect of the dragon-tooth rice was somewhat beyond his expectations. I'm afraid it will take at least half a month for the dragon-tooth rice to grow. Zhou Tong said softly, I can still afford to wait during this period of time. However, I still have to meet up with the Tianlong sect leader first. She also has a share of the dragon-tooth rice. As he spoke, Zhou Tong had already torn the void and rushed towards the Tianlong sect's encampment. Chapter 687. Half a month later, the dragon-tooth rice that Zhou Tong planted in his Taoist palace had finally ripened. Dragon-tooth rice was different from ordinary rice. It did not look like a herbaceous plant like rice. Instead, it looked more like a woody plant like a big tree. It contained an unimaginable amount of vitality that even surpassed that of lightning. Each tree was more than 20 meters tall and was covered with rice grains that looked like divine swords. Each tree had about 1,000 grains of dragon-tooth rice. There were 900 trees and 900,000 grains of dragon-tooth rice. The fruits were abundant, and there was a fragrance. It smells so good. Ao Wan was pleasantly surprised when she saw the ripened dragon-tooth rice. Just by smelling the fragrance of the dragon-tooth rice, the Tianlong Dao master felt as if he had gone through an unimaginable baptism. The poison accumulated from the medicine that he had taken during his martial arts training was also taken away by the fragrance. If an ordinary person smelled the fragrance of the dragon-tooth rice every day, they would live a long life without any disasters or illnesses. I've finally successfully planted dragon-tooth rice. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the space inside the small world shook slightly. Instantly, the dragon-tooth rice trees were all picked by Zhou Tong. He gave half of them to the Tianlong Taoist master and collected the rest and stored them in the warehouse. After the dragon-tooth rice was harvested, the trees that contained boundless vitality withered at an unimaginable speed. It was as if a person had lived 100 years in an instant and was about to die. After the dragon-tooth rice trees withered, they quickly integrated into the five-colored soil and increased the fertility of the five-colored soil. This was a virtuous cycle. If they continued to plant dragon-tooth rice in the future, the yield would continue to increase. We can't continue to plant dragon-tooth rice in the short term. We need some time to accumulate vitality. Ao Wan looked at Zhou Tong and said, You've already cultivated the lightning pool. Next, you only need to integrate the lightning genuine qi into it every day. After a month, the five-colored soil will accumulate enough fertility to plant dragon-tooth rice again. I don't have an army of tens of thousands or anything, so I don't need to plant them all the time. These several 100,000 dragon-tooth rice are enough to last me for a very long time. Zhou Tong said with a light smile. Let's not talk anymore. Let's first taste the dragon-tooth rice. Zhou Tong shook his hand, and a dragon-tooth rice flew out of the warehouse. A ball of spring water covered the rice. Then a flame burned in the void. Time flowed, and time accelerated. In an instant, the dragon-tooth rice was cooked, and the fragrance of rice wafted through the air. Zhou Tong casually refined 2 jade bowls. He placed the cooked dragon-tooth rice into the bowls and gave one each to the Tianlong Dao master and Ao Wan. Dragon-tooth rice is different from ordinary rice. Dragon-tooth rice, the dragon-tooth rice genuine, the dragon rice, dragon-tooth rice, dragon-tooth. The cooked dragon-tooth rice was no longer in the shape of a divine sword. Instead, it had turned into a viscous liquid like porridge. Inside the liquid, one could see pearl-like grains of rice. Dragon-tooth rice. I'm looking forward to it too. Zhou Tong chuckled. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Zhou Tong soon realized the benefits of the dragon-tooth rice. The dragon-tooth rice melted as soon as it entered his mouth. He didn't need to chew it all. The dragon-tooth rice didn't seem to need to be digested in his stomach. It turned into a gust of hot air and seeped into his organs and limbs. As the hot air flowed, Zhou Tong could feel a mysterious life force fusing into his body. Although this power was no longer effective for someone of his level, if an ordinary person were to eat this thing, it would not be a problem for them to strengthen their physique. This dragon-tooth rice was born for living beings. It naturally matches the essence, energy, and soul of the human body without any impurities. Zhou Tong praised in his heart. If such a thing were to fall into the shrouded heaven world, at the very least, he could use this rice to replace all the resources he needed to reach the immortal Foundation secret realm. If the lightning of the shrouded heaven world was used as fertilizer, I really don't know what kind of dragon-tooth rice would be. I'm looking forward to it more and more. Maybe after the things of this world come to the shrouded heaven world, there would be some unimaginable changes. Zhou Tong was looking forward to the scene when he brought the things of this world back. But in addition to the anticipation, Zhou Tong was also a little worried. If he were to return to his original body, how would he go back? Would only his body and soul return, or would he be able to bring some things back? However, no matter what, this Dao Palace is my Dao, confirming treasure of this world. The possibility of bringing it back is very high. When the time comes, I'll directly store the things in the Dao Palace. If there's something big, I can bring it back. Furthermore, I can store some extremely precious items into my own spiritual consciousness. After the 4th lightning tribulation, every thought of the ghost immortal was equivalent to opening up a small world. With so many small worlds, the things stored in them were extremely large. And just as Zhou Tong was thinking, Tianlong Taoist Master Ao Wan said, "I've been here for a long time. It's time to go back. There are still many things in the Tianlong sect that I need to deal with." Zhou Tong nodded slightly and said, "No problem, but I hope you can promise me one thing." "What?" Ao Wan looked at Zhou Tong with some surprise. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and said, "I hope you can promise me that within 5 years, no one will know about the existence of the dragon-tooth rice. In other words, the dragon-tooth rice you bring back can only be enjoyed by yourself for 5 years, and you can't let others know about it." Zhou Tong's move was naturally to prevent the 100 sages from directly increasing the strength of Hong, Yi, and Hong Xuanji after obtaining the dragon-tooth rice. It was also to prevent Meng Shenji from obtaining the dragon-tooth rice and further increasing his martial strength, thus cultivating to the yang spirit stage in advance. Zhou Tong actually didn't mind the dragon-tooth rice being spread around the world, but he needed to buy a few years of time. At the very least, he had to ensure that those who could cause harm to him wouldn't be able to greatly improve their cultivation because of the dragon-tooth rice before he shattered the vacuum. Tianlong Taoist Master pondered for a while and looked at Zhou Tong again. She could roughly guess what was going on. It was nothing more than him having some enemies. Perhaps after the dragon-tooth rice was leaked, his enemies would benefit from it. Ao Wan thought for a while and nodded. "Don't worry. The dragon-tooth rice is a treasure of the world. If it's leaked out, I'm afraid that the mysterious sky mansion, most supreme path, essence spirit temple, and many other sacred grounds will covet it. My Tianlong sect will probably never have peace. Protecting the secret of the dragon tooth rice is also very important to me. After speaking, Aowan's body shook and turned into a clear light path out of the Taoist palace, flying toward the Tianlong sect. Chapter 688. After the Tianlong Taoist master left, Zhou Tong tore through the void and came to another place, the Nine Abyss Divine Realm. The void turbulence of a young god world contained endless mysteries, and the Nine Abyss Divine Realm was one of the most magical places. There were countless magic weapons of cultivators there, and it could be said that there were opportunities everywhere. Any random item that one could obtain could quickly improve one's strength. Zhou Tong had long wanted to go to a place like the Nine Abyss Divine Realm, but he had never known its exact location. However, ever since Zhou Tong had passed the 8th-stage Thunder Tribulation, his body had clearly sensed most of the remaining 99 apertures in the earth, and he soon found traces of the Nine Abyss Divine Realm. After tearing through the void, Zhou Tong quickly came to an extremely mysterious place. This was a hidden place. As far as the eye could see, there were tunnels that looked like black holes. It looked like a huge hornet's nest. This was the entrance to the Nine Abyss Divine Realm, the instantaneous maze. There were tens of thousands of tunnels, and only one of them led to the Nine Abyss Divine Realm. No one knew where the others led to. After entering, it could be a dangerous place in the Great Thousand World, or it could be the interior of the Sunstar, or it could be a void space. Moreover, the most terrifying part was that the passageways here were constantly changing. One of the passageways might lead to the Nine Abyss Divine Realm for an instant, but the next instant, the passageway might change into another path. A flick of the finger was 60 seconds, which was equivalent to 0.013 seconds in modern time. In such a short time, the entire tunnel would undergo drastic changes. One could imagine how difficult it was to enter this place. This was also the origin of the name Instantaneous Maze. The Instantaneous Maze is the heart of the Great Thousand World. As long as I understand the mystery here, I can easily pass through the maze and enter the Nine Abyss Divine Realm. Zhou Tong did not think much. He sat cross-legged in front of the instantaneous maze and began to comprehend the maze in front of him. In ancient times, many cultivators had come here to comprehend the instantaneous maze in order to comprehend the Great Way. Now, Zhou Tong's choice was no different from those cultivators. However, he had his own advantage. His body had already formed a connection with the 99 apertures in the earth, so it was much easier to comprehend. At this moment, Zhou Tong sat cross-legged in front of the instantaneous maze. His eyes constantly looked at the unpredictable maze in front of him. Countless thoughts collided in his spirit as he deduced the mystery of the maze. At the same time, his physical body began to connect with the sun, moon, stars, and the earth. At that moment, his entire body seemed to have completely merged with the world, and he felt an indescribable feeling. At that moment, the depth of the sky, the vastness of the sea, and the thickness of the earth, everything in the world was in his heart. In addition to the 93 apertures that he had previously sensed, he vaguely sensed the location of 3 more apertures, and this feeling was getting clearer and clearer. That's unexpected. I didn't comprehend the mystery of the instantaneous maze first, but I found the location of 3 more apertures. Zhou Tong opened his eyes, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Including these 3 apertures, the number of apertures that he had now grasped had reached 96. He only needed the last 3 apertures to reach the basic condition of crushing the vacuum. But that's right. The instantaneous maze is the heart of the Great Thousand World. This place leads to any place in the Great Thousand World. It's normal to obtain the location of 3 apertures from here. Continue to comprehend. Maybe I don't need to continue devouring any magic treasures to find the last 3 apertures. Zhou Tong continued to comprehend the instantaneous maze with this thought in mind. However, the more deliberately he tried to comprehend, the more he gained nothing. After a long time, Zhou Tong also gave up on finding the location of the last three apertures. Instead, he continued to comprehend the mystery of the changes in the instantaneous maze. As he comprehended, Zhou Tong gradually had a kind of comprehension. The changes in his thoughts gradually matched with the changes in the instantaneous maze and produced a strange resonance. It was as if the instantaneous maze was changing as fast as his thoughts were changing. Gradually, Zhou Tong grasped some of the veins of the instantaneous maze, and endless changes suddenly appeared in his heart. Just as Zhou Tong was comprehending the veins of the instantaneous maze, the sky-devouring thunder pool in his Taoist palace also began to gradually change. Of the 600 apertures that he lacked, 300 had gradually been filled. At the same time, the speed of the entire thunder pool's changes also soared rapidly. In an instant, countless changes were born. The entire thunder pool gradually contained a trace of the mystery of the instantaneous maze, and the efficiency of its operation was greatly increased. At this moment, Zhou Tong comprehended a vast and boundless world from the instantaneous maze. This world was filled with layers of dangerous spaces. There was endless magic power surging there, and time and space were distorted there. That place was as deep as an abyss. I found the nine-abyss divine realm. In an instant, Zhou Tong found the passage that led to the nine-abyss divine realm. With a flash, he directly entered it. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Tong passed through the maze tunnel and appeared in a brand new space. This world looked no different from the Great Thousand World. There were blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water. Perhaps it was because there were no signs of human habitation. This place was completely primitive. Countless animals lived here. I have to speed up the nine-abyss divine realm. Otherwise, when I get out of here, sun gods will appear in the outside world. Zhou Tong knew very well that the flow of time in the nine-abyss divine realm was completely different from the outside world. The nine-abyss divine realm had a total of 9 levels. The time on the first level was half that of the Great Thousand World, the second level was half that of the Great Thousand World, and so on. When one reached the 9th level, the time there was only 1/512 of the Great Thousand World. In other words, one day in the Great Thousand World was 1.5 years. If he really stayed here for a few days, you would probably have attained Tao by the time he got out. This is the first level of the nine-abyss divine realm. There's nothing on this level for a long time, so I'll just skip it. Zhou Tong scanned with his mind and immediately understood the situation on this level. Perhaps it was because this was the level that most people had entered, so there was nothing left. Then he did not waste any time and directly rushed to the central area of this level. There was an abyss there, which was the passage to the second level of the nine-abyss divine realm. Chapter 689. At the center of the first level was an abyss with countless black air currents flowing in it. This was heavy, sand-black water, an excellent material for refining evil magic weapons. Zhou Tong collected a batch of heavy sand-black water at random, stored it in his Taoist palace, and then quickly dived down. In this pitch-black, heavy, sand-black water, there were countless strange and ferocious creatures. There were many strange snakes, poisonous dragons, scorpions, centipedes, and other highly poisonous creatures devouring each other in it. There were even countless highly poisonous medicinal materials in it. This place was simply a natural place to refine goo. In history, there had been countless evil masters cultivating here, but since the battle 800 years ago, the evil path had basically disappeared from the vast thousand world. The great battle between the good and evil 800 years ago was one of the few great battles in the entire world since the Middle Ages. It was also a battle like this that completely eradicated the evil path from the Great Thousand World. Of course, it was also because of that battle that the good path in the Great Thousand World suffered heavy losses. Until now, they had not fully recovered. The final battlefield of the battle 800 years ago was on a certain level of the Nine Abyss Divine Realm. Zhou Tong's trip was only to find the Tao fruit of those evil masters, to further deepen his understanding of the world, and to accumulate the foundation for the ninth level Thunder Tribulation and the Yang Spirit Realm. In fact, he had been in this world for less than 2 years. To be able to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. In the end, his biggest reliance was the invincible mental state he had cultivated in Shrouded Heaven World, as well as the mystery of his divine striking stone. As for the great Tao of this world, it was basically mastered from the Thunder Tribulation. Basically, it was comprehended from the ancient books of others. His devouring heaven great Tao was completely extended from the divine striking stone's eating characteristics. It could be said that it was an extremely inclusive great Tao. As long as he continued to eat, he could refine the essence of all kinds of things and gather them in his body, finally reaching the supreme Yang Spirit Realm. Soon, Zhou Tong passed through the heavy, sand-black water and came to the second level of the Nine Abyss Divine Realm. The second floor looked similar to the first floor. It also had blue skies and white clouds, green hills, and clear waters. Zhou Tong didn't have any thoughts about this floor. He knew that there wouldn't be any treasures here. So he collected some special rocks and other things along the way and went straight to the center of the second floor. In the middle of the second layer was a yellow abyss. There was a lot of yellow water in the abyss, and it was extremely stinky. It looked like the corpse water that had accumulated for countless years. Moreover, this water had an extremely strong corrosive power. Some of the weaker steel would immediately melt. This was the corpse water abyss. Zhou Tong didn't hesitate. He directly opened a light screen and jumped into the corpse water abyss to enter the third level. From the third floor onwards, it was no longer as bright as before. Instead, it was a lot gloomier. There was a gray fog everywhere. It looked like they had arrived at a carrion swamp or a dark mass grave. There was still nothing left on this level. Zhou Tong continued to advance, passing through the gray water abyss at the center of this level and arriving at the fourth level. After that, he continued to advance without stopping, heading towards the fifth level. In the immemorial Nine Abyss Divine Realm, the passageway between the first and second floor was the heavy, sand-black water. The passageway between the second and third floor was the corpse water abyss. The passageway between the third and fourth floor was the gray water abyss. The passageway between the fourth and fifth floor was a pool of crimson blood water. This was the Blood River Abyss. The Blood River Abyss was completely crimson. It was as if it was formed by countless pools of blood water. It emitted a nauseating smell of blood. The pressure in the Blood River Abyss was extremely great. There were also countless strange and terrifying creatures in this abyss. For example, there were demon insects, blood netherworms. At this level, it was already possible to distinguish between a true expert and an ordinary cultivator. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the sixth stage of lightning tribulation could enter this place unscathed. Those below the sixth stage of lightning tribulation were all in danger. However, for Zhou Tong, who had reached the eighth stage of lightning tribulation, this place was no longer dangerous. After reaching the fifth floor, the scenery of the entire Nine Abyss Divine Realm changed again. As soon as Zhou Tong entered, he could see a vast and boundless ocean. Just by rough estimation, this ocean was almost the same size as the ocean in the Great Thousand World. Looking from afar, he could see islands and even continents in this vast ocean. 800 years ago, hundreds and thousands of experts of the fourth, fifth, and sixth stages of lightning tribulation had engaged in an earth-shattering battle here. This is the legendary Endless Ocean. It was also one of the main battlegrounds of the battle between the good and evil 800 years ago. Zhou Tong looked around and immediately understood many of the mysteries of this place. I remember that this level has the Skeleton Scholar, Tian Xiezi, and the Blood Shadow, the three old devils. Zhou Tong muttered to himself for a while. The thought between his eyebrows instantly turned into a yang and a yang, sweeping across the entire endless ocean. Found them. In an instant, Zhou Tong had already found the location of these three devils. At the same time, his three thoughts split out and directly attacked the three of them. His main body, on the other hand, rushed directly to the central area of the 5th floor without stopping. Boom! Just as Zhou Tong's three strands of thoughts were sent out, three extremely terrifying waves erupted in the endless ocean, stirring up raging waves. Terrifying shock waves erupted from three different locations. And just as Zhou Tong arrived at the center of the 5th floor, his three thoughts respectively returned with the belongings of the skeleton scholar, Tian Xiezi, and the blood shadow. Three old devils. Their strength is not bad. Zhou Tong slightly checked the goods and secretly nodded. The strength of these old devils was not high. The most powerful one was only at the 6th lightning tribulation. When faced with Zhou Tong's 8 tribulations, they could not resist Zhou Tong's great boundary of the celestial light and darkness mandala. However, the 8 evil weapons in the hands of these old fiends, the Yuan Bone Relic, the Bone Devil Island, the Evil King's Sword, the Evil Emperor's Seal, the Evil Emperor's Decree, the Blood Fiend Skynet, the Blood Shadow Divine Sword, and the Nether Blood River Chariot, were not to be underestimated. They were almost comparable to the most powerful treasures of the major sects in the Great Thousand Domains. It's a pity that most of the magic treasures of the evil sects are refined from human bodies. Zhou Tong looked at these items and was speechless. As a human, he was very resistant to eating humans. Forget it. I'll just integrate them into the Taoist palace. When the time comes, I'll directly comprehend the Tao fruits of these three devils. Zhou Tong casually threw all these items into the Taoist palace. There were a total of 10 Tao fruits in this world. The skeleton scholar Tian Xiezi and the blood shadow each had the soul-devouring Tao fruit, the heavenly evil Tao fruit, and the blood god Tao fruit. Chapter 690. Soon, Zhou Tong arrived at the center of the 5th level, the Abyss of Despair. The Abyss contained a type of true qi of despair. Any cultivator who came into contact with it would fall into a state of despair. When Zhou Tong passed through the passage, he collected some true qi of despair and left it in the Taoist palace. Then he arrived at the 6th level of the 9 Abyss Divine Realm, the Plains of Despair. As expected of the Plains of Despair, looking at the plains before him, Zhou Tong was speechless. Although it was called a plains, it looked more like a desert. This was because it was a piece of scorching yellow land without any plants. No living creature could see a trace of hope here. However, it's time to find the sky-cracking Grand Emperor. Zhou Tong said softly. The sky-cracking Grand Emperor was the most powerful person in the evil path during the war between the good and evil 800 years ago. He had cultivated the 5 great evil Tao fruits alone. The enduring hatred Tao fruit, the hidden grudge Tao fruit, the sky-cracking Tao fruit, the demon-defying Tao fruit, and the crazy heart Tao fruit. The Plains of Despair were the handiwork of the sky-cracking Grand Emperor. The sky-cracking Grand Emperor had extracted all the vitality in the Plains of Despair and condensed it into milky essence. Over the years, the sky-cracking Grand Emperor had cultivated using the milky essence and had successfully cultivated 9 of the 10 great evil Tao fruits apart from the sky demon Tao fruit. After Zhou Tong killed the Bone Scholar, Tian Xiezi, and Blood Shadow, he found the sky-cracking Grand Emperor's Taoist palace through his remaining consciousness. With a flash of his figure, he arrived near a mountain of earth. This mountain had thousands of peaks that were hundreds of meters tall and occupied a radius of dozens of miles. It looked like someone had condensed it with magic power. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful demonic formation here. It was the enduring hatred demonic formation that the sky-cracking Grand Emperor had set up. The moment Zhou Tong approached, the enduring hatred demonic formation was activated. The Earth Mountain began to rotate slowly, and in an instant, the world turned dark. Looking around, one could see nothing but yellow clouds and mist. The clouds rose into the sky and enveloped Jotong. The enduring hatred will never end. The world will last forever. The seas will dry up and rocks will rot. The seas will turn into mulberry fields. Hatred, hatred, hate. At the same time, a voice that was neither male nor female could be heard. This song contained a kind of hatred for the heavens and the earth, condensing into a substance and instilling it into Jotong. Morning demonic sound. It's a pity that it's not that good. Jotong shook his head after listening to it. The everlasting hatred demonic sound triggered the emotion of hatred in the human body. However, the hatred it triggered was not the hatred of the human body itself, but the hatred that was instilled into the human body. In terms of artistic conception, it was far inferior to the fragrance cult's heavenly fragrance 3 scrolls. The 3 scrolls of heavenly fragrance focused on guiding one's emotions, but the enduring hatred demonic sound focused on instilling one's own emotions. The difference between the two was obvious. If the enduring hatred demonic sound could draw out a person's hatred, the sky's splitting emperor would have been able to overcome the 7th-stage thunder tribulation and become a creator. Jotong thought to himself before he made his move. Jotong reached out with his left hand and pressed down with a giant handprint. Instantly, the giant hand covered the heavens and the earth and pressed down with great force. The enduring hatred demonic sound emitted musical notes as it tried its best to resist Jotong's palm. However, under Jotong's invincible might, even the formation that had been set up for countless years couldn't withstand it. With a loud bang, Jotong's palm pressed down. Just the force of the palm alone tore apart all the musical notes floating in the enduring hatred demonic sound formation. For a moment, the entire mountain was filled with the sound of musical notes exploding. Countless sounds of explosions joined together. Without the obstruction of the enduring hatred demonic sound, Jotong's palm landed directly on the mountain. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire void was about to be blown apart by Jotong's palm. Its power was unparalleled in the world, and its valiant strength even caused the space-time of the archaic 9 abyss to distort. Boom, boom, boom. The thousands of mountains crumbled under Jotong's palm in an instant. The rocks that were as hard as diamond disappeared into thin air and turned into countless pieces of gravel. In an instant, the gravel pierced through the air, and a torrent of energy swept across the sky like a raging sea. The entire enduring hatred demonic sound formation was completely destroyed by Jotong's palm. As the enduring hatred demonic sound formation crumbled, an underground space was revealed. In the center of this underground space was a huge lake that was completely formed by the essence of the earth. In the middle of the lake was Jotong's destination, the enduring hatred demonic palace. In the instant that the enduring hatred demonic sound formation was destroyed, the enduring hatred demonic palace seemed to have sensed danger. It instantly absorbed all the earth essence in the surroundings into the palace. Then the entire enduring hatred demonic palace shot up into the sky and broke through the ground in an instant. The enduring hatred demonic palace continued to spin in the void. Billions of demonic aura and millions of evil lights shot out from the countless doors of the palace before converging into one. The evil light that had gathered was thousands of meters long and as thick as a house. In an instant, it pierced through the void and shot towards Jotong. Extreme evil light. Without a doubt, this was the ultimate achievement of the evil path, the extreme evil light. However, in the face of this extreme evil light, Jotong only threw a simple punch. Instantly, the entire extreme evil light dissipated into thin air and completely disintegrated. At the level where Jotong's martial arts cultivation was ever-changing, no one below the sun god level was a match for him. This extreme evil light was nothing in Jotong's eyes. After Jotong's punch destroyed the extreme evil light, The aftershock of his punch continued to blast towards the enduring hatred demonic palace. Boom, boom. The enduring hatred demonic palace naturally sensed the fatal danger. The palace operated at full power, and at the same time, 9 rays of light converged and condensed into 9 huge fruits in front of the palace. Enduring hatred Tao fruit, hidden grudge Tao fruit, sky-splitting Tao fruit, devil-defying Tao fruit, crazy heart Tao fruit, soul-devouring Tao fruit, heavenly evil Tao fruit, blood god Tao fruit, mystic Tao fruit. These 9 fruits converged into one in the void and formed a terrifying formation. What was even more terrifying was that a peerless evil fetus was formed from these fruits. As soon as this evil fetus was born, it turned into a Taoist dressed in black and white Taoist robes. This Taoist only had a pair of eyes on his face. The rest of his body was completely bald. However, that pair of eyes carried an extremely evil gaze. His pupils contained twisted, treacherous, cunning, filthy, vicious, greedy, terrifying, ferocious, cruel, perverted, ruthless, destructive, and many other terrifying negative emotions. He had completely captured the darkest side of the world in one fell swoop. This was the evil fetus born from the evil path's 9 Tao fruits, the original sin ancient demon. Chapter 691. Original Sin Ancient Demon. However, it's a pity that it lacks the heavenly demon Tao fruit, which is one of the 10 great Tao fruits of the evil Tao. Hence, the original Sin Ancient Demon is incomplete. Zhou Tong looked at the Taoist, who only had a pair of eyes on his face. Once the heavenly demon Tao fruit was replenished, the original Sin Ancient Demon's nose and mouth would appear. On the other side, the moment the original Sin Ancient Demon appeared, the enduring hatred demon palace flew into his forehead. Boom! With the support of the enduring hatred demon palace, the original Sin Ancient Demon's body swelled to a height of over 10,000 feet. It was like a god who had created the world. Following that, the original Sin Ancient Demon extended its claws towards the aftershock of Zhou Tong's punch. Heaven's searching claw. At the same time, a chant sounded from the enduring hatred demon palace. This voice did not belong to the original Sin Ancient Demon, but to the sky-rending emperor, who was controlling the original Sin Ancient Demon. Earth's searching claw. Before the original Sin Ancient Fiend's heaven-searching claw was unleashed, his other arm used the earth-digging claw. At this moment, the original Sin Ancient Demon's left and right arms searched the heavens with one hand and the earth with the other. It was a perfect combination, as if it was searching the heavens and earth. This claw was so powerful that it had almost reached the limit of all claw martial arts in the Great Thousand World. Monstrous demonic aura surged out, and a huge evil shadow covered the sky and covered Zhou Tong's body. A mere junior dares to compete with me in martial arts? You must be tired of living. The sky-rending emperor's voice sounded from the enduring hatred demon palace in the original Sin Ancient Demon's forehead. At the same time, the heaven-searching claw turned into an inescapable net that grabbed onto Zhou Tong's body, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Buzz! However, just as the original Sin Ancient Demon was about to unleash its full strength, Zhou Tong's forehead shone brightly. It was as if 1,000 feet of divine light had burst out, illuminating the mountains and rivers and shattering the universe. Boundless fist intent burst out, covering the entire world. An oppressive aura descended on the original Sin Ancient Demon's body, causing it to tremble violently. Kacha! Kacha! In the blink of an eye, the devil was like an ant trying to stop a flood of iron hooves. Even its body was constantly cracking. Evil energy and devilish light were constantly exploding within its body before dispersing. The entire original Sin Ancient Devil let out the most painful roar. Roar! Illo! Kiki! Along with the cries of ghosts and gods, the devil's body shattered, and turned into the most terrifying evil energy that permeated the void. Impossible. Who are you? How could there be such a person in this world? Could it be that you have already shattered the void? How can there be such a terrifying fist intent? Inside the enduring hatred devil palace, the sky-rending emperor's heart trembled violently. The other party did not even move at all. Just a burst of fist intent from the space between his eyebrows was enough to break all of his martial arts. It had been a long time since the sky-splitting great emperor had experienced such a feeling. He even suspected that his opponent had shattered the vacuum. Swoosh! In the next instant, the array within the enduring hatred devil palace was activated. With a twist, it was about to merge with the evil energy formed by the original sin ancient devil's destruction and escape. Trying to escape? Annihilation, fist intent, freeze. Zhou eyes flashed. His cold gaze turned into an extreme fist will that descended. The world was frozen, and the terrifying fist will that could destroy all things directly suppressed the entire void. The distorted space around the devil palace of enduring hatred froze up instantly. Naturally, there was no way for the devil palace of enduring hatred to escape. It appeared right before Zhou eyes. The enduring hatred devil palace doesn't even have a lightning pool. You want to escape from me? Zhou said softly. He was like a god descending from the heavens, pressing forward with an indomitable will. He raised his right fist, and supreme fist intent condensed. He raised his hand and punched out. Crack! The enduring hatred devil palace, along with countless array formations and the sky-splitting great emperor, exploded into countless fragments and blood. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Tao Palace appeared. With a shake of its spiritual power, the enduring hatred devil palace and the fragments of the sky-splitting great emperor were sucked into the palace. On the other side, the 9 great Tao fruits were also sealed by Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong stood quietly in the void and refined the 9 great Tao fruits. Immediately, the 9 great Tao fruits shrank and flew into Zhou Tong's palm. Looking at the 9 great Tao fruits in his palm, Zhou Tong's gaze deepened. The 9 great Tao fruits floated quietly in Zhou Tong's palm. Each of them contained various kinds of evil energy and the fruits of the demonic Tao in this world. Moreover, each of them was extremely powerful. They were almost comparable to a ghost immortal at the 6th lightning tribulation. The 9 great Tao fruits of the demonic Tao are indeed mysterious. However, these things are not very useful to me. I can only see a little bit of the fruits of the demonic Tao. Zhou Tong pondered for a while and then shook his head. If he spent a lot of time studying them, he was afraid that the 9 great Tao fruits would undergo an unimaginable upgrade in his hands. In particular, the crazy hard Tao fruit, the hidden grudge Tao fruit, and the enduring hatred Tao fruit each represented an emotion in the human body. They were madness, resentment, and hatred. If he integrated the essence of the 3 scrolls of heavenly fragrance, it would be easy to completely upgrade the crazy hard Tao fruit, the hidden grudge Tao fruit, and the enduring hatred Tao fruit. The power of the 3 great Tao fruits would reach the heart and surpass the past. However, I don't have time to do so many things. Zhou Tong immediately kept the 9 great Tao fruits. This was the 6th level of the 9 abyss divine realm. The flow of time here was 64 times faster than that of the Great Thousand World. In other words, one day here was more than 2 months in the outside world. The treasures of the enduring hatred demon palace and the sky-splitting emperor may be made of good materials, but I really don't dare to devour them. God knows how many lives were used to refine these things. Zhou Tong thought to himself. He was very resistant to these demonic Tao treasures. Zhou Tong was different from Hong. In the original work, Hong no longer had his own thoughts in the later stages of his cultivation. Everything he did was for success. In order to reach the nirvana realm, he had become something like a robot. Therefore, he had abandoned his usual perseverance and was only left with the thought of reaching the nirvana realm. He had become a person who lived for a goal. However, Zhou Tong was different. Just like when he was at the cutting path stage in the shrouding sky world, he had never cut off his 7 emotions and 6 desires. Naturally, he had his own perseverance. However, I remember that there's an embryonic form of a divine artifact on this level. Perhaps it can help me sense the location of the last 3 acupuncture points. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Immediately, Zhou Tong rushed to the center of the plains of despair. Chapter 692. Soon, Zhou Tong arrived at the center of the plains of despair. This place was not as barren as other places. Instead, it was filled with greenery. There were trees, grass, flowers, lakes, rivers, and even birds and beasts. It was a lively scene. The sky-splitting emperor had drained the earth essence of the entire plains of despair and condensed it into earth milk essence. However, this core area was not affected at all. The 6th level of the 9 Abyss Divine Territory was originally the place where the good and evil fought. The sky-splitting emperor, the leader of the evil faction, is here. Naturally, the people of the good faction are here too. After the Middle Ages, the 99 great Taoist sects are all here. If I control these sects, I will have enough foundation to break through the 9 lightning tribulations, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Since the war between the good and evil 800 years ago, the 9 Abyss Divine Territory had become a place for many sects to rest and recuperate. Because of the war, these sects had suffered heavy losses and did not dare to return to the Great Thousand World. Instead, they rested and recuperated. Furthermore, the 9 Abyss Divine Territory was considered a dangerous place. Without reaching the 7 lightning tribulations realm, one had to have a treasure to protect himself before he could leave. The 99 great Taoist sects had no chance of returning after entering this place. Zhou Tong scanned the area with his divine thought and easily searched the souls of a few of the weaker ones. Soon, he understood the situation here. After the war between the good and evil 800 years ago, these sects had been stationed in the 9 Abyss Divine Territory to reproduce. Now, there was an extremely large population, with a population of more than 10 million people. With a population of 10 million people, it would take at least 3 or 4 generations to reproduce. The time ratio between this level and the outside world is 64 to 1. 800 years in the outside world is 12 and a half years in this level. They probably fought for a long time in the previous levels. Zhou Tong thought to himself. Among the 99 great Taoist sects, the most famous ones were the so-called 3 ancestors of Tao sects: Ancestor Chun Xing of the Stellar sect, Ancestor Yanin of the Jade Pool sect, and Lianyun Daozu of the Lianyun sect. These 3 people were the only 3 of the 7 leaders of the good faction who survived the war between the good and evil. During the war, the leaders of the righteous path were Heavenly Sun, Righteous Sun, Daji Sun, Heavenly Sun, Xing Qinzi, Lianyun Sun, and Yin Yunzi. They were collectively known as the 7 Sons of Taoism. Hao Tianzi was the sect master of the 5-element sect at that time and was ranked first. Next was Righteous Z, who was the dean of Righteous Academy at that time. Next was Great GZ and Tian Gang Z, who were from the Great Zen Temple and True Gang sect respectively. Back then, the 7 Sons of the Righteous Path led all the Taoist sects in the world to battle the evil sects in the 9 Abyss Divine Domain. However, at the end of the battle, the most powerful of the 7 disciples of Tao, Hao Tianzi, Zhenqi Z, Deji Z, and Tiangang Z, had all died in battle. Only Chun Xingzi, Yin Yinzi, and Yin Yunzi were left. Meanwhile, after the 3 of them received the magical treasure wills of the 4 who died, their strength increased explosively, establishing their own sects here. The most frightening thing was that the 3 of them did not continue to wage war against the evil sections. Instead, they settled down here and even set the strictest rules. The people here could only practice martial arts and could not cultivate. Moreover, every warrior was a slave. In this place, Only those who knew Tao arts were high and mighty. The others who did not know Tao arts were all slaves. Moreover, there was an extremely frightening rule here. That was, once a slave cultivated to the martial sage realm, they must be crippled of their martial arts to prevent the martial sage from rebelling. After all, martial arts were much easier to learn than Tao arts. Moreover, once a person cultivated to the martial sage realm, he would have the qualifications to face ghost immortals, especially when a person cultivated to the late stage of the martial sage realm. He would surpass many ordinary ghost immortals. In order to ensure the absolute rule of the cultivators, once a person cultivated to the martial sage realm, his martial arts would be crippled immediately. After countless years, the so-called righteous path here had completely formed a slave society with strict laws. The more closed a world is, the less communication it has with the outside world, the easier it is for absolute power to flourish. After Zhou Tong saw the slave society, he secretly shook his head. These people were simply called the righteous Tao in vain. However, there is no need to waste time here now. These righteous Tao people can do whatever they want. I just want to get the prototype of the king of divine artifacts. Zhou Tong did not think much. He directly tore the void and rushed directly to the central area of the 6th floor. Just as Zhou Tong tore the void and appeared in the central area, he quickly sensed an extremely strong cold current surging towards where he was. At the same time, Zhou Tong also saw a huge abyss not far away. The aura coming out of this abyss was even colder than the primordial ice in the dragon graveyard. It was even closer to the terrible cold air that sealed the world. This was the passage between the 6th and 7th floor of the 9 Abyss God Realm, the Cambrian Abyss. In the center of the Cambrian Abyss, there stood a huge mountain that looked like a pagoda. It was tens of thousands of meters high. The whole mountain was dark green. It was like a piece of top gray jade that was tens of thousands of meters high. Moreover, on this huge jade mountain, there were also palaces that looked like jade. On the peak of this huge mountain, there was an incomparably huge jade palace. Looking from afar, Zhou Tong could see countless strange flowers and plants in the palace on the mountain. There were also many disciples flying back and forth on escape-light magic weapons. This huge mountain had the aura of a celestial being with a myriad of phenomena. The huge mountain, with a radius of hundreds of miles and a height of tens of thousands of meters, was blooming with endless rays of light. It was enshrouded in dense mist and surging with auspicious colors, making it look incomparably sacred. Mountain Zhu Shun, this is it. Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. The entire Mountain Zhu Shun was refined from a piece of Cambrian stone that had been bred in the Cambrian Abyss for countless years. It contained incomparably powerful magic power. After being refined by the 99 Dao gates, and even all the treasures in the first 6 floors were gathered here, it was finally forged into this Mountain Zhu Shun. Now, this mountain only needed the last lightning pool to complete the transformation from a peerless divine artifact to the king of divine artifacts. Moreover, the most important thing was that this Mountain Zhu Shun suppressed the Cambrian Abyss. Anyone who wanted to pass through the Cambrian Abyss would attract the attention of this Mountain Zhu Shun. But if I take away this Mountain Zhu Shun, I'll be sorry for the tens of millions of people who live here. Zhou Tong looked at the Mountain Zhu Shun in the distance, pondered for a while, and then moved. Boom! In an instant, a vast blood energy, like a furnace, erupted from his body. As soon as this blood energy appeared, it immediately turned into a sun and even dispelled the extreme coldness of the Cambrian Abyss. And after the blood energy erupted, Zhou Tong directly punched at the Mountain Zhu Shun. Chapter 693. Is Qi and blood? Is he a human immortal? Who is he? How dare you? How dare a mere servant act so presumptuously? I didn't expect a human immortal to appear here. In an instant, 3 angry shouts came from the depths of Zhu Shin Mountain. At the same time, 3 streams of genuine qi rushed toward Zhou Tong. One of them was a beam of dazzling starlight, looking like a river of stars. Inside the light, there were many mysterious formations operating, manifesting the ultimate meaning of the Great Bear constellation, Sky Scorpion constellation, Aquarius constellation, and so on. This stream of genuine qi belonged to Chen Xingzi's 9 changes of stars. The second stream of genuine qi was a formation composed of countless musical notes. At the same time, countless lotuses appeared out of thin air, which was the best interpretation of lotus blossoming tongue. This was the innate divine sound, genuine qi of Jade Lake's Taoist sound. As for the last strand of true qi, it was pure white like a cloud. It seemed to be somewhat soft and weak, but this strand of true qi contained a vast, impassioned, and surging aura under its weak appearance. It was like a great river, majestically shaking as it came. This stream of genuine qi was Yun Xingzi's genuine qi, Cloud Water Fury. In the face of Zhou Tong's punch, the 3 Daozu had joined forces to attack. In the 9 Abyss Divine Realm, they tried their best to promote a slave society. Even a martial sage could not tolerate it. How could they tolerate a human immortal like Zhou Tong? Boom! On one side was Zhou Tong's angry fist. Although it was small, it contained a kind of spirit that could swallow the sky and fill the sea. The fist intent crushed the sky and destroyed everything, as if it was going to destroy the world. On the other side were the 3 great true qis of the 3 great true qis of the 3 great true qis of the 9 stars transformations, the innate divine sound, and the cloud water fury. These 3 true qis fused into one, as if a river of stars was falling, boundless and limitless. The two collided in the void. Just the aftermath of the collision caused countless ripples in the void, which turned into the most terrifying spatial ripples and spread out. The attacks from both sides quickly dissipated in the void. However, judging from the situation, Zhou Tong was clearly at a disadvantage. What a formidable human immortal, to be able to take on the combined attacks of the 3 of us. He is only in a disadvantageous position. Looks like we'll have to get serious this time. A voice rang out from Zushin Mountain. Then, 3 figures flew out from Zushin Mountain. The 3 great Daozu have finally come out. Zhou Tong laughed when he saw the 3 of them. With his strength, defeating the 3 Daozu was a piece of cake. However, Zhou Tong was afraid that he would reveal his strength and force the 3 Daozu to activate Zushin Mountain to clash with him. At that time, it would be hard to avoid damaging Zushin Mountain. However, it was much easier to show weakness to the enemy. That way, all 3 Daozu would be lured out. 3 Daozu, let's call it a day. After seeing the 3 of them come out, Zhou Tong no longer concealed his strength. He stretched out his hand, and 3 streams of flowing light burst out from his fingers and enveloped the 3 of them in an instant. Light mandala boundary and dark mandala boundary? How can there be such a thing? You've actually cultivated the sutra of the past Amitabha and the dark heaven record. You're not only a human immortal, but also a ghost immortal. This is the purest power of the primordial spirit. You're actually an 8th tribulation ghost immortal. That's impossible. How can there be such a person in the world who is a combination of an 8th tribulation ghost immortal and a human immortal? You hid your strength before to lure us out? You're definitely not from the 9 Abyss Divine Realm. You're from the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World has developed to such an extent that a person like you has appeared. In an instant, the 3 great Daozu were all shocked. They had never thought that they would see such a person. During the great war between the good and evil, the most powerful person had not reached the Creator Realm. There were only a few human immortals. Now, they actually saw a combination of an 8th tribulation ghost immortal and a human immortal. Cut the crap. You'd better behave yourselves, Zhou Tong said indifferently. At the same time, the great boundary of the light and darkness mandala quickly closed and sealed the 3 great Daozu at the same time. Next is this Mount Zushan. Zhou Tong looked at the green Mount Zhu Shun not far away. At this moment, Mount Zhu Shun had already started to move in front of him. The whole mountain began to shake, as if a huge mountain was about to crash into him. If I were you, I would immediately stop moving Mount Zhu Shun. Zhou Tong's voice transmitted into Mount Zhu Shun, causing the gradually moving Mount Zhu Shun to shake. Please release the three ancestors of Taoism. At this moment, a clear voice came from Mount Zhu Shun. This voice was very pleasant to the ears. It sounded like a yellow oriole, a white sparrow, and even a phoenix's cry. It sounded like the most beautiful notes in the world. Just these words entered Zhou Tong's ears, but it was as if they wanted to cleanse his soul. If it was some cultivator with a lower cultivation base hearing these words, it was possible that their cultivation base would improve. Very heavenly sound? Her voice is indeed pleasant to the ears. Zhou Tong laughed lightly. But don't forget that I am the one who is in charge now. I will give you 2 hours to gather all the forces of the good Tao at Mount Zhu Shun. After that, you will follow me to the greater world. Zhou Tong directly ordered. 2 hours was equivalent to about 5 days in the outside world. Zhou Tong did not want to waste any more time here. It should be known that the further one went in the 9 Abyss Divine Realm, the more shocking the time ratio was. Zhou Tong's voice contained a terrifying will that could not be defied. It contained his invincible fist intent, which caused Fairy Heavenly Sound's mind to tremble. After all, Fairy Heavenly Sound had grown up in the 9 Abyss Divine Realm. Although her soul had the foundation of 5 or 6 thunder tribulations, there was no thunderbolt here, and she had not transcended the thunder tribulation. The strongest people she had ever seen were the 3 ancestors of Taoism. Now that she suddenly saw Zhou Tong's magical will, her entire body was shocked into a blank. All the resistance in her mind was disintegrated by Zhou Tong's fist intent. Understand. Fairy Heavenly Sound's voice came from Mount Zhu Shun to Zhou Tong's ears. Then, all the sects on the 6th level began to operate. All the cultivators began to take action, bringing the sects and countless ordinary people living on the ground to Mount Zhu Shun. Tao Palace, appear. After everyone entered Mount Zhu Shun, Zhou Tong's Tao Palace suddenly flew out. A huge gate hundreds of miles long and wide appeared in the sky above Mount Zhu Shun. The thunder pool in the Tao Palace shook violently, and endless genuine qi flowed. In an instant, the entire Mount Zhu Shun was completely sucked into it. Oh, it's much heavier. After absorbing Mount Zhu Shun, Zhou Tong clearly felt that there was a trace of stagnation in the operation of his Tao Palace. Obviously, it was because it was too laborious to bring Zhu Shun with him. There's no hurry. After I get out, I'll refine Mount Zhu Shun again. Zhou Tong shook his head and directly descended into the Cambrian Abyss. Chapter 694. The Cambrian Abyss is not only filled with cold air, it is filled with the power of space. Zhou Tong immediately felt the uniqueness of the Cambrian Abyss as soon as he entered it. In the Cambrian Abyss, a drop of water was equivalent to a small world. However much water there were as many small worlds as there were small worlds. This was because the water in the Cambrian Abyss was the purest form of the power of space, without a trace of impurities. The endless power of space converged into water droplets, converging into the abyss. As soon as Zhou Tong entered the abyss, he felt as if he had entered a grotesque world. The water droplets looked like layers upon layers of boundless small worlds. This kind of power of space cannot be wasted. Tao Palace, absorb. With a thought, Zhou Tong opened his Tao Palace and crazily absorbed the water droplets in the Cambrian Abyss. At the same time, Zhou Tong's acupuncture points also erupted with a terrifying, devouring power, devouring the water droplets in the Cambrian Abyss. Soon, the space in the Tao Palace became more stable, and its volume expanded a lot. Zhou Tong's acupuncture points and mind were also contaminated with the power of space, becoming more mysterious. As the Tao Palace and acupuncture points exerted their power, the resistance in front of Zhou Tong decreased a lot. After a while, finally, with a rumbling sound, Zhou Tong passed through the Cambrian Abyss and arrived at the 7th layer of the 9 Abyss Divine Domain. The 7th layer was extremely cold, and there was no living thing, no sun, no moon, and no stars. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of primordial ice. It was impossible for anyone to leave any treasures in this layer, so Zhou Tong did not continue to stay in this layer. The ratio of time in this layer was 28. 2 hours here was 10.5 days outside. Continuing forward, Zhou Tong soon arrived at the center of this layer. There was also a bottomless abyss. It was pitch black. Moreover, this abyss was completely different from the divine source from before. There was no water. Only the power of time was constantly flowing here. This abyss looked like a time trap. This was the ancient abyss between the 7th and 8th layer. Zhou Tong didn't stop and directly went inside. This ancient abyssal abyss was somewhat similar to the Cambrian abyss from before, but this place was completely filled with extremely rich power of time. It was like a long river of time was flowing here, and it had formed a lake. What was even more terrifying was that there was no direction in time here. It was completely chaotic. The time in the deepest part of the abyss was even more terrifying. Even an ordinary creator could get lost in the abyss of time and completely collapse. This level of abyss required at least an 8th level of lightning tribulation to enter. Zhou Tong wasn't affected by this level of abyss. Moments later, he passed through the ancient abyssal abyss and arrived at the 8th level of 9 Abyss God Domain, the ancient abyssal cosmic layer. The netherworld ancient cosmic layer was a completely distorted world. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was distorted. Light, color, air, everything was distorted. It was also because of this distortion that he couldn't see anything clearly. Even his surroundings were blurry, and he had no idea where he was. What a shocking distortion of space. Those who have yet to overcome their 8th level lightning tribulation or reach the level where their fist intent can take corporeal form will be destroyed here. Zhou Tong exclaimed. This place was indeed one of the most mysterious places in the world. It was actually distorted to such an extent. Even the chaos ocean at the edge of Shrouded Sky world wasn't distorted to such an extent. Even those small worlds that were about to be destroyed wouldn't have such distortion. Even Dream God Machine can't enter here, unless he completely repaired Eternal Kingdom. Zhou Tong's figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the central region of the 8th level. He had already passed the 8th level lightning tribulation, so he had a certain sense of direction in this region. So he could easily find the central region of this level. Moments later, Zhou Tong arrived at the central region of the 8th level, the Longevity Abyss. This was the last abyss of 9 Abyss God Domain, and also the last abyss from the 8th level to the 9th level. This Longevity Abyss looked like a world of nothingness. It was like before the heavens and earth were created. Nothing existed here. Light, darkness, and even gravity didn't exist. The entire world seemed to be in a state of chaos. Even Zhou Tong felt that he had entered a very strange state of weightlessness. It was like he had returned to the chaotic universe before the heavens and earth were created. If it wasn't for the fact that his martial arts had already developed a strong connection with the acupoints of the earth, he might have gotten lost in this place by relying on that connection to advance. The Longevity Abyss is indeed the Longevity Abyss. It's really scary. Zhou Tong's heart sighed. He felt like his horizons had been broadened. Shrouded Sky World didn't have such a place. Wong. At this moment, Zhou Tong's body suddenly shook. The originally chaotic world seemed to have laws and order. A surge of gravity suddenly descended. Zhou Tong knew that he had passed through the Longevity Abyss and arrived at the 9th level of 9 Abyss God Domain, the Longevity Mystic Realm. The Longevity Mystic Realm was almost a frozen world. The ratio of time here was 512. A day here was a year and a half in the outside world. This world was completely empty. He couldn't sense the heavens. Even his sense of the earth was weak, let alone the even more ethereal space and time. Even creators couldn't stay on this level for long. Only my ever-changing body can withstand this layer of strange space. Zhou Tong tried to extend his consciousness out of his body, but the moment it took form, it was immediately frozen. Even with Zhou Tong's 8th level lightning tribulation, it was difficult to think. There was a mysterious power in this void that wanted to freeze his thoughts and thoughts. This feeling, it feels like my consciousness is about to dissipate, but it hasn't. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment, as if he was savoring the feeling. Zhou Tong reached out and touched his consciousness. Instantly, it merged back into Zhou Tong's body, breaking free of the frozen feeling and returning to his soul. The longevity-type Shinshi that is unique to this world seems to be able to turn a person's thoughts into emptiness. No thoughts, no thoughts, no thoughts, no thoughts. If this is a Buddhist, then this place is probably a blessed place to cultivate the mind. Zhou Tong subconsciously thought of the Buddhist. The mysterious power here seemed to be able to force one's thoughts into emptiness. If a Buddhist cultivator cultivated here, it would be easy for them to reach the state of emptiness. Next, I just need to find the Saha treasure tree and leave this place quickly. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.